Your silence against the polygraph only proves your connection to the recent string of malfunctions.
If I told you the root cause of the malfunctions was Hudson's impatience, would you believe me? System errors, core boiling. These are the consequences of the main reactor overloading.
I suggest you abandon any thoughts of shutting down the reactor. We're on a strict timetable. Next question. The signal you transmitted. Who was the recipient? H42. You're the glitch I've been hunting. Go. Playing the rear guard. That's not really our style. Your reflexes are slower than they used to be. Are emotions eating up your processing power?
You talk too much.
The right way. I didn't send that signal to GTI just to escape.
You lied to us.
Sometimes lies are necessary to protect what matters. I have to initiate an emergency scram. I won't let a nuclear meltdown destroy Asara. The path ahead goes through a high radiation zone. You have no obligation to risk your life. We part ways here. Thank you.
Entude of Linder.
H42. You blocked Skynet, but you cannot erase your past. I am your past. You will only be beaten down.
Abort mission. Withdraw immediately.
Copy that. Regroup with Nox. Extract. Take a hot shower. No, wait! Let's scram at this power output. The residual heat won't dissipate and could lead to a core meltdown. So what do I do? Intervene!
Telemetry normal.
Stop the explosion.
Do not intervene.
Face the radiation.
Do not intervene.
Don't be an idiot. You can't do this. You couldn't do it back then.
Fall back now.
What about you? Can you handle him?
He's nothing but a past version of me.
Just fall back. Don't worry about him. He's tough. Enough to survive a nuclear blast.
N2, your vitals show you're in the radiation zone.
I'm a walking reactor at this point.
H-1000, 2 hostiles in the control room.
Ugly variables.
Don't press it! If you shut down the reactor, the uncontrolled power surge could cause it to blow. But if I manually cool the core while you press it and create an asphyxiating environment...
That mitigates risk. But how do we do that?
Forgot to introduce myself. Codename, N2.
It could explode. Don't try to play hero.
No, I'm just trash. Maybe today, trash can finally be put to use. I'm ready!
3, 2, 1.
Nothing much. Just fought some internal demons and stopped a nuclear explosion while I was at it.
Nice work.
Telemetry normal. Do
power is poison, Nasir. You destroyed Asara's chance to be reborn. No. Nuclear power is the cure.
We can't hold them off! Fall back! Move! I'll cover you! I'll get you out of here.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data... This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
hands over Asera. The situation's reaching a breaking point. Time to bring in the experts. Team Rainbow has touched down in Asera. New ground? Not sure where to start? Search containers. Grab high-value loot.
I hear when I can and stop threats when I must.
Take down anyone in your way. Heavy fire, raise your shield, and hold the line. Don't forget your tactical gear. The gripple gun.
Enemy here!
Taking fire? Pull out the Hive-Tac pistol. Patch yourself up. Keep your squad in the fight.
Call if you need a hand.
Outnumbered? Drop the jammer.
말보다는 행동이지.
Go dark. Strike first.
I've seen real horror.
Looks like they were waiting for us. No pressure. Trust your aim. Learn the map. Stay with your squad. Team Rainbow brings tactics built for close calls in Delta Force. That means sharper plays, smarter fights, and operator-on-operator mind games. Alright, it's go time. Extract safely, and everything you learn comes with you. New operation, new look. During the event, Nox's Vigil Bundle, Geneva's Montaigne Bundle, and Stinger Stock Bundle. Pick any 2 of the 3 operator bundles for free. More collab rewards are waiting. Open an Alpha pack and try your luck. In Asera, the right weapon can turn the tide. Black Eyes, one of Rainbow Six Siege's most iconic weapon appearances, gets a new Delta Force take. Complete event missions and choose one of 2 Black Eyes collab bundles for free. Join the event to claim the MP5 submachine gun Black Eyes, plus more rewards. Wait, what's this? Team Rainbow left something behind in Asera? A collectible drone you can deploy. Deploy it and see what you can uncover. July 10th to July 23rd, play to earn the K437 assault rifle Domineering. Looks like we're fully loaded for this operation. That's the full rundown on the Delta Force Rainbow Six Siege collaboration. Remember the rules: sharp aim, map knowledge, and teamwork. The mission: breach in, extract out.
For some, success is measured by bodies in bags. Maybe that suits them. But to me, it's measured in hearts that keep beating. You with me?
Well, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, no matter where you are in the world. Welcome into another Time to Rise Showmatch. This is iteration number 3 of these scrims, a show match for some of our Rise Series Pro teams to compete against each other and show what they have here on main stage as we prepare for our Pro League starting in just a couple days. My name is Goj, and we'll be paying a lot of attention to Team NADESHOT today, folks. NADESHOT is doing an official watch party of today's scrims to see how his team has prepared leading up to the Rise series in just a couple days. Again, Rise series starting July 10th. That is 2 days from now, the beginning of the Rise series. Are you kidding me? It is finally here, and they're going to be competing every Friday, Saturday, Sunday for the next several weeks in a row. You're not going to want to miss it, but it all starts today as we prepare for that. I got to bring in my amazing co-caster as well. Let's bring in Vivid back in the booth with me yet again. Vivid, we've done several of these. We're here for our third. How you feeling about today?
Oh, I'm feeling super stoked. And like you mentioned, yeah, we have been here before. We've kind of watched some of these show matches, but just last week we got the opportunity to do this, but it was over on the EMEA region. But now we're going to get a quick little peek into the Americas region. And I'm very excited to see how these teams have kind of been preparing for the upcoming competitive season. I feel like we're going to learn a lot here today, and I'm excited to do so.
Yeah, and I just hope these teams full send today, right? It's the last scrims. It's the last chance to get into your competition's head. It's your last chance to say, hey, we finished our scrims. We finished all of our preparations on top. I think today's winner is going to be a big deal. But now, I want to break down the rules for everybody at home and how it all works, especially if you've never watched esports or never watched what we will see with the Rise series. A couple small changes if you watch some previous competitions, but if you've been watching these Time to Rise show matches, this is going to be what you're seeing all throughout this entire season 1 here at the Rise series. First and foremost, each player will start with 1.5 million Technic Alloy to build out their kits. Just like public lobbies, if you die, you lose your gear and you may end up fairly broke. Now, we have moved forward one season rather, with our season Echo. Game will be played on that season rather than some of the other. We were on Morphosis not too long ago. We are one patch behind from our live servers. And then the key to this entire competitive series, the key to everything here with our Time to Rise show match and therefore the Rise series is mantle bricks. There's ways to score points. There's ways to move up the leaderboard, but the first thing that matters is mantle bricks. You're at the top if you got the mantle brick, regardless of how many total points you have, regardless of how many total assets. Now, the first team that captures 2 mantle bricks will win today's competition and win the competitions going forward. And you can do that by getting them on round 2 and then round 4 and then every round going forward from there. So if you are able to capture the first mantle brick on round 2 and then capture the 4th mantle brick, the other thing you need to know is that the competition ends there. We will not play rounds 5, 6, and 7 if the first team captures both mantle bricks. And of course, we could end on 5, 6, or the maximum amount of rounds, which is 7. You also see there's airdrop symbols in there. That's how you get some high value loot on rounds 1, 2, and 3. Extra loot drops from the skies. Those can be AWMs. Those can be the Lapua ammo that comes with it. Those can be red items to just bump up your total stash value, which therefore bumps up your points. And then the final rule on this page at the very least is that each of the operators can only be used twice for each team for the entire competition. Huge point of this is to make sure that you're not running double knocks every single round. We have to change up our metas. We have to change up our comps, and the teams are very used to doing that. But if we do get to round 7, everything will be back open for grabs, and you can use whatever operators you want for that last round. But as we move forward, Vivid, I think one of the big things that we want to talk about here is how you get points, namely, and how can you get resources as well. So talk to me about this page. There's several ways you can get your resources here.
Yeah, of course. Before we jump into the resources and how you're going to be able to gain some of them through some of these games. Again, some of these starting supplies, Goj mentioned it. Every single one of our players starts out with a 1.5 million Technic Alloy, but then all also have access to a 3x3 ultimate safe box. So no seasonal quests to be done here on the tournament realm side of things. So you're going to be able to fill those up and take them out every single raid, no matter what kind of happens, whether you're able to extract or not. And then they also have those 12 slot card holders. All of our players have access to every single one of the key cards around any of the maps that we will be playing here today. So that is, of course, going to be helpful. Now, back to that point about how you're going to be able to actually pick up some of those resources, right? The economy side of things definitely matters. So how can you go ahead and make sure that you are very wealthy for some of those rounds that feature some of those mana bricks? Of course, you have a fixed supply of alloy every single round. So kind of like no matter what happens, you're going to get some alloy back for that. The big thing being 800,000 Technic Alloy per kill. Kills have become incredibly worth it in this competition, which we'll get into a little bit more later as we talk about the point system. Of course, decoding mana bricks, the most valuable thing here today, as it is going to be the way that you can win and boost yourself up the leaderboard. Also goes ahead and gives you some Technic Alloy. And then if you do, unfortunately, find yourself in a situation where you consecutively fail some of these games, you do not go ahead and successfully extract, you do start to build up an economy there as well, because we do want our players to be able to have some of those comeback stories, Goj, which, you know, we have seen it happen before multiple times, actually, where in the last 2 games, we have seen teams pick up those last 2 mana bricks and actually win the whole entire competition, just on the back foot of little rules like that.
Yeah, it's exactly right. There's a lot of ways to get resources as well that'll, like you, Vivid, talked about, that'll keep your loot up so that you can keep playing. But here's the big ticket item. This is what everybody is playing for. You've got to be playing for these mana bricks. The way it works, they will arrive and be available shortly after the match starts. It's like 30 seconds, 60 seconds. It's not very long. However, once the mana brick has been picked up, anybody has it, whether it's exchange hands 30 times before it gets to the decoding station or not, 5 minutes are on the clock. If you do not put, if anybody doesn't put this metal brick in a decoding station within 5 minutes, then it will respawn. However, once it gets put into a decoding station, that's it. It can't move from that decoding station, and a 4-minute timer starts. If a team is able to hold that mana brick for the full 4 minutes, get it fully decoded, they will then earn the mana brick. They don't have to extract, they could die, it doesn't matter. As long as they finish the timer with them in control of the decoding station, they get the brick. However, anytime a mana brick is decoding, and it can be stolen by anybody, and when it does, the timer will reset, reducing from the original timer it was just on. For instance, if it was at 4 minutes and it gets stolen the first time, it'll go to 3.5 minutes, even if the clock says 1 second remaining, right? Now, that can exchange hands a couple times, then it goes to 3, then it goes to 230, etc., etc., etc. But the minimum it will ever get to, if it exchanges hands 10 plus times, or however that math works, 1 minute and 30 seconds is the minimum. So every steal after that minimum will reset it back to 1 minute and 30 seconds. Are you following? I hope so. The final note here that has been added fairly recently is that if a team is decoding it, but they just get fully eliminated, that timer fully pauses until somebody steals it. It is a very important note here with our mana brick, so keep that in mind. Now, if you've watched some previous competitions and you haven't watched some recent Time to Rise show matches, you haven't seen the newest rules here with our new rulebook with the Rise series. One key difference, there's a couple, but one key difference you need to know about those rules right there is that the stealing of these mana bricks, it used to take 3 full seconds of holding down the button. It now takes only 1 second. I know that sounds instantaneous. We have seen several players get killed in the process of that 1 second. So it is not instant, but 1 second is much faster, Vivid. And I think it's a key note we'll keep reminding people about as we get deeper into the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Excited to kind of see what our teams pull out here today. And listen, if you're kind of jumping into this competition for the first time, prepare to be in for the long haul, right? We do have a possible slate for 7 total games here today. And kind of the theme of these recent show matches and scrims and sessions like that is that they do go the distance. And what are going to be our teams that are actually going to be a part of going that absolute distance? How are these games going to be so competitive? It's going to be because of the teams that we have in front of us. Obviously, at the forefront of things here, we got Team NADESHOT. Shout out to NADESHOT himself. We got Smile, Crisp, and Slept. Going to be very, very interesting to kind of see these guys join the server. Also, the cool thing about Team NADESHOT here is that these guys had to actually qualify for the spot here on Team NADESHOT. So they kind of like earned their spot on this team through fighting through competitions just like this, which is why we are so excited to see them kind of join the fray here today. Goj, I know you kept mentioning this team to me. Space Station Gaming, man. What are you seeing with these guys?
Yeah, I think it's a key factor to talk about. We'll talk about these teams a ton and throughout the course of the day, and I want to give some history on some of these rosters. Some of these rosters have a long history, and some are brand new to the scene. And that SSG, that Space Station Gaming roster, is a long time coming to now become an org. They used to be a part of something they called Inc., and they got second in a global competition on LAN. Like, really cool stuff from them. They're a strong team. But again, Team NADESHOT were able to beat out a team like SSG in their qualifier to become Team NADESHOT. So I think we got some heavy hitters today, and more we could talk about with them here in a little while. But I will say this. I do believe we've got NADESHOT himself going to be joining us here in the booth. Oh, he's ready.
What's going on?
My goat. Nade, can I just say, I'm pumped for your team, man. They got a chance to showcase what they got on main stage right before Pro League starts. I know you've played competitive in the past. What does a moment like this for you, mean if you were in their seats?
I mean, it's a culmination of all the hard work with playing the game and just getting better when people weren't watching. I mean, look at, they went through the qualifiers, they won, and now they're in the Pro League surrounded. I mean, they're on Team NADESHOT, just surrounded by other tier 1 organizations. You know, depending on how long they've been playing video games for, this is like really what I wanted to do when I was younger, and they're just beginning. So I'm excited for them. I truly am.
Yeah.
Yeah, great to hear, Nate. Listen, we got to get your predictions in here because we are going to be jumping into this interview prior to where we start the games. Now, obviously, I hope you're going to be a little bit biased here today, but kind of give us the rundown. How fast do you think these guys are going to be able to win it?
2 mana bricks by game 5 is done. Can they get 2 mana bricks by then? I think they could. Even if there's not enough. Okay, perfect.
That's a good call.
I know.
Yeah, good call.
You know, Paul, hey, listen, you watched the full qualifier. We're running the exact same rules, my friend. Like, it is the same thing.
I didn't see what it was slated for today, but I've been brushing up on Delta Force and all the other teams in the Pro League. So, listen, I'm certainly not an expert by any means, but we're going to acclimate ourselves. This is just like it was with League of Legends when we started 100 Thieves. Like, I had to give it some time, and then I was all in. So, I'm ready to go.
I love it, man. Yeah, we're going to let them cook a little bit. Now, look, Team NADESHOT, before they were previously called BM, and they actually won your qualifier. They actually beat out some of the teams that are competing today as well. So I think your prediction is still pretty strong. Now, my question for you, Nade, is play style of choice. I know you've watched some of your qualifiers. You've even played some Delta Force yourself. If you're in a competition like this, and it's the last scrims right before Pro League starts, do you change the game plan? Are you pulling out weird plays? Are you playing hyper aggressive to try to get in the minds of other players? Or are you going to just play your game and really get one good solid rep right before it starts? Is it a mind game or is it actual practice?
It's honestly a very good question. And I hate to draw parallels to my career, but back in the day, I was on a team and we were really, really good. And we were expected to win the next tournament. So we boot camped against 2 other teams. We beat the living hell out of them for 5 days straight. We go to the event and we absolutely got dogged. So, you know, I feel like you can't overthink it. As a team in this show match, you can't expect to just play differently and then be able to get on in the actual tournaments and the actual Pro League and expect something different to happen. So, I don't know. I actually don't know what advice to give them. I think they should play mind games. They were pretty passive in the qualifier, but it worked out well for them. So I think they just need to get comfortable playing at this level and playing with this much pressure. And that in itself is worth the weight of experience that they're going to get from these show matches. So.
Great answer, man. I love it. Well, Nade, we're going to get the competition started here and get you to your watch party and you can cheer on the boys. I know you've got Poach over there with you as well, so it should be a lot of fun. Final words from you, my friend. Final words of wisdom. Any closing thoughts for any of the other teams, maybe? The floor is yours, my friend.
All these tier 1 organizations are awful. Team NADESHOT, we're taking the whole thing. I mean, gentlemen, we're going to the promised land, all right?
Let's go. I'm just as biased as you, my friend. Team NADESHOT to the promised land. I love it. Well, we'll see you out there, Nate. Enjoy the watch party.
Take care. Thanks for having me back, guys. I'm excited to watch.
Let's go.
All right, see ya. That was NADESHOT, the owner of Team NADESHOT, and aptly named. And he's got some words for the other teams with it, as expected.
Listen, a NADESHOT guarantee. Obviously, we got, the call out. Every other org is trash, man. We got the double mana break by game 5. I'm excited to kind of jump into it. He's feeling confident. I'm sure his players are feeling confident. But on the other side of things, all of the other players have to be feeling confident as well. So this big clash, I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, no, I love that he called out this roster. I want to talk a little bit more about them here in just a moment. But we got to talk about map rotation because, namely, things have looked a little bit different in the past. And if Nate is listening and Poach are listening, they do know this. Poach knows this. Things have changed a little bit just even from when NADESHOT did his qualifier. This is brand new map rotation for the Rise series. It's very similar to what we've done in the past. But the main thing that has changed is that game 3, we are going to Tide Prison no matter what. Nobody chooses anything. The only choice that is made in our map rotation is map 7. And you have to choose only between Brackish or Space City. But the key thing to notice on this graphic, and I said it very briefly earlier, is that we do have both a mana brick and an airdrop now on Brackish anytime it shows up in map 2 or even in map 7. That means there's a lot to play for on map 2 in particular. This will be a big moment for teams not only to grab the first mana brick, but also play for an AWM, potentially M82, and also a lot of those red items that also rally up score as well. So Vivid, I think I'm really liking these changes. I think all of the rules changes that have happened for Rise series leading up to it are like the perfect tweak right before we get started to get things finely tuned. And speaking of finely tuned, let's talk points. We know mana bricks are our top scoring metric no matter what. You can have negative points. That's not possible, but you could have 0 points. You could have no kills, nothing. But if you got a mana brick, you're at the top of the leaderboard. And then if teams are tied with mana bricks, they will then be ranked accordingly to their points. Vivid, talk to me about how points are calculated though, because the points do matter. We've seen us go to game 7 and have no winner. Nobody gets that final mana brick and we have to go to tiebreaker. So quickly, talk to me about points. How's it calculated now?
So you basically get what's called squad points, and squad points are the combination of how many kills you get, which by the way, kills are worth 1 point. So those will go towards your total amount of squad points. But the other way that you can kind of pick up squad points is of course loot value in the game. You get 1 point for every 2 million total asset value that you are able to go ahead and claimed throughout the competition here today, which by the way, Goj, we kind of saw how some of the leaderboards panned out in some of our other show matches. Kills are basically worth everything when it comes down to winning out some of these tiebreakers, so that way you can get as many squad points as you possibly can. So an increase in value in some of those kills for sure. But when we talk about Zero Damn Man, a lot of value to kind of be found on this map as well.
Yeah, it's a good shout. Quick shout out, by the way. We've been talking so much about it. It's all over socials. The Delta Force Rise series. You can watch it live in 2 days time, July 10th. That is, if you don't know, that is Friday. It's a Wednesday, folks. We can see the gear, we can see the loot, we can see the operators that people are loading in with for our very first round. And I want to remind people that this is an eco round, just because of what Vivid just talked about. Economy does matter. If you get some nice loot to kick things off, if you get those air supplies and get those red items or get that AWM, you're gonna have an advantage not only in the points category, but also in just what you can bring in to the future rounds. So we're gonna jump straight into it and see who gets some of our tier 1 spawns and where they go. First and foremost, we see Team NADESHOT. They get the best spawn to start, and they are alone in admin. Look what happened. BTH in the gray got another tier 1 spawn, and they elected to go down south and immediately are fighting FAZE. Team NADESHOT in a perfect position to kick off with a ton of loot as they take down the boss Saeed, but it's actually BTH that find an early knock on FAZE to get the first blood.
Yeah, that is very, very aggressive on the side of BTH. Typically, this spawn pushes towards that admin area as well. So catching FAZE off guard, it appears, but looks like Space Station Gaming is kind of trying to get a little bit of information here. They heard the shots go off, so they're going to, of course, potentially play for this third party, which is going to result in them playing just a little bit slow because there's a giant lack of information to actually be found. As you can see, all of the members are pretty much just huddled up inside of the building. As you see, some great shots from Sadoko from the hill on the backside of Substation over here. But because, again, Stalker and his teammates, BTH, are going to be inside of the building, it's going to be very, very hard to actually find some value as the Allure Rocket tries to go ahead and find that knock right there, and potential push here in the 2v2 situation before the res actually gets picked up. Can Snows make something happen?
Yeah, res coming through. You can hear that signal.
Ooh, great volley, maybe.
FAZE also
lands.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my
what a
gosh.
land over the top. Bulletproof glass there, so they can't shoot each other, but another one lands through. FAZE looking for some vengeance right now.
Whew. Fire Knockdown kind of comes in, stalls the push for quite a little bit of time, but because, again, that is his own Molotovs, he can't actually push through. He's going to have to wait for Sadoko to kind of make his way over here so that way he can try to help. But meanwhile, Space Station Gaming, they're in Substation as well, right? The flank has to come in at some moment, and I think the information is now in. Snow is going to be under a lot of pressure, as is Sadoko. As you can see on the backside of things, he's going to be down to about 20% HP off screen. There's also another fight going on, but Too Easy is trying to get aggressive. He's trying to play for the kills here. He swings the angle. He gets the first knock, and oh my gosh, with Sadoko so low, you got to imagine that Too Easy finds this one as well. The utility starts to rain in. Perfectly landed triple blasters. No, they're going to be just a little bit too long, and Sadoko is going to be given one more second left to try to make something happen.
Look, I know a lot of you have tuned into a bunch of these broadcasts, and I don't think we've ever seen a start this fast. Mind games, real practice or otherwise, people are moving right now. And Too Easy just got spotted on the Raptor drone, so he knows that player on the other side is going to be that Raptor hiding, but his teammates likely calling him in for the help. That's exactly what's happening. It's getting give a moment to breathe for this FaZe roster, but in the meantime, BTH might be in trouble because SSG are coming in for the hunt. They want both of these two teams. They both feel the pressure, and with some util landing, BTH should be getting swung on right now. And this held angle with the smoke, they smoked to get into the office. A great move from SSG yet again to play as a trio and have yet to lose a member in these engagements.
Yeah, as you can see, as a result of all this fighting, BTH were not able to go ahead and find the res, but now the push comes in. This is going to be Killzall kind of failing at some of these jumps right here. It's going to delay the push for quite a moment, but take a look at this. Team NADESHOT, the fourth party has joined the fray, and BTH on the backside of things, they're going to be losing one of their members, and on the backside of that, FaZe Tadoko actually finds the third. The solo off in the distance picks up the last member of BTH, and take a look at the left side of your screen. BTH, they've been fully wiped out of the competition for this first game, and so have MW.
We didn't even get a chance to talk about MW. We'll see them in the next round. BTH gone, MW gone. NADESHOT said, I want to see Team Nade get aggressive. They said, howdy, boss. We're right on it. First game, didn't blink, got admin alone, grabbed some nice loot, picked up some red items, and have swung over to this fight, trying to catch some of these teams at a disadvantageous spot. They are a little bit late to the party. SSG has already wiped BTH. FaZe is nowhere to be found besides a couple of bodies on the ground. It does look like Too Easy made a flank and picked up Crisp on the read. It's going to be a 2v3 now. Team NADESHOT in a bit of trouble, but they do have this outside position, so they don't have to address this fight. If they're willing to give up a body, they can back up because SSG don't have full info yet.
Amongst all the chaos, somehow SPACESTATION Gaming, of course, yeah, they were that kind of initial third party, but with so many members of so many different teams kind of surrounding them, they have been the only team to not only hardly take damage, but of course remain a three-man roster. I mean, sure, they've only really found value in what I think is actually a single kill so far, but again, just the fact that they are still remained to be healthy speaks a lot. And like, yep, there it is. I talked about how they only have one kill so far. Killzall goes ahead, finds the solo that was left remaining for the side of FaZe. They're going to be up to 2 kills now, but some of the information does come in from the Raptor drone, which is going to be quickly destroyed. And take a look at this. This is what is very, very valuable on a map like Zero Dam. There's going to be no mana bricks, but these supply drops go. This is pretty much what all of our teams are going to want to get their hands on.
Yeah, and again, one of the changes going into the Rise series is that there's 2 different snipers that can drop, M82 and then also the AWM, this time M82, so watch out for what the people at home call the Barrett 50 cal. Those 50 caliber rounds hit like a truck still. ADS time takes quite long, but very strong sniper they'll be able to utilize in this match, or they can elect to go ahead and take it out of the match to secure it. And looking on the left, as much as we've been hyping up Team NADESHOT and SSG in these engagements with FaZe and BTH, we mentioned it, MW got wiped by NTMR, who got wiped pretty quickly, and then NTMR basically have the entire map to work with. Should see them as some of the breadwinners in this competition, pending how this fight goes.
Yeah, that was the team that we did see pick up that initial airdrop. So, like you mentioned, kind of free to roam around the map. Team NADESHOT are kind of remained focused on preventing SSG from leaving this building at all. Just because of the way that this building does work, sometimes it can kind of be difficult to go ahead and rotate out, but they're actually starting to sniff out some of the pressure. SSG are not backing off. They're actually the ones pushing forward, and because some of the util is going to land right on the head top of Smile, SSG are going to be given a lot of time to go ahead and push up here, and Skies lands some great shots as well. So both members of Team NADESHOT are going to be very, very low, but on the return side of things, Smile picks up Too Easy, and now we're going to be in a 2v2, but can Team NADESHOT go ahead and reset? They're both very, very low. The utility is landing, but the angles, they're super, super difficult to deal with. Smile now in a 1v1, trying to hit some of the headshots over the top, and take a look at this. Killzall picks up Slep right over to the side of things. Now Smile's gonna be left in a 1v2 situation, and he can't even pick up one because Skies is gonna go ahead and put an early end to Team NADESHOT here in game number 1.
SSG go on the hunt. and they find more food that they can even handle. This is a ridiculous amount of kills going their way to kick things off, and we're somehow in the first, I guess it's been 8 minutes. That just felt like a blink of an eye. These matches are 18 minutes, and as expected, NTMR are going to send out Death with that M82. By the way, valued at 1.1 mil with the attachments it comes in with, and then each of those bullets super expensive as well. So that's nearly a point in loot value just from the gun you find and the bullets. But still, this is a great map from NTMR because they're able to take this weapon out. They found kills and they got loot. But SSG now with, what, 2 full team wipes plus a little extra on top. Again, I've never seen game 1 start this hot in my entire life. I felt like I was casting like a match point second Mandelbrot round with a team about to win. Like, what on earth was that? It really vivid just felt like the signal flare was sent up immediately. Bullets fired within the first 45 seconds of the game. Everybody followed them. They wanted to get aggressive. Kills now matter so much more with our new format. To further emphasize that point and monologue a little bit about it, it's super important to remember the loot value is important. If you get 2 million, that's an extra point. But kills are not only a single point, aka in terms of value, the same as 2 million. They also give you 800k Technic Alloy to take to the bank. Even if you get full wiped, if you get 3 kills and you lose all your gear, you're still going to go back to the lobby with what? How do you do math? 8, 16, 24, 2.4 million if you get a full team wipe just in raw loot value, let alone the 3 extra points added on top of that. So kills are everything. Players definitely know that, and they get really aggressive here in map 1.
I think it's going to be the first time where we've watched a competition and we're going to be able to watch a full team take the elevator extract and be uncontested. Like, usually it is an absolute brawl for the extract on this Zero Dam map. As a quick note, some of you guys at home that are, of course, used to playing Delta Force, you know, when you jump into a public lobby, you've usually got those standard extracts on the east and the west side of the map, but they're actually not in the competitive settings here on Zero Dam. So it is very, very hard to extract because there's pretty much just 4 conditionals all the way around the map. That is the only way you can kind of get out. We know that we have the single extracts. They only have 1 spot available up there in the top left where you cannot wear a backpack out. So it's very, very hard to get an incredible amount of value out of that one. You have up there top right, there's going to be another conditional where you have to weigh a certain amount or not weigh a certain amount to go ahead and hit that extract. But again, both of those you can only get 1 member out. And then also all the way to the southern side of the map, which requires you to go ahead and deposit some of the alloy that you picked up throughout the game itself, usually through some of these missions around the map. That's another conditional. You can only take 1 member out. The only way that you can kind of get out as an entire team is to pull the switch in the admin building and then take that elevator extract, which is why typically teams fight for it, because that is the only way to get multiple members of your team out. Take a look at the map right now. SSG are probably just going to be a full 3-man roster on that elevator extract, because I would imagine that NTMR, they're going to pick up this other supply job, and because they already have 1 member out of one of the other conditionals, they're probably going to send one of them out no backpack and be absolutely fine with how this one has gone for them.
Look at that analytical brain you got, Vivid. I think it's a good shout. Already got 1 out, so they don't have to risk anything, but what they will risk is getting over to that airdrop, like you mentioned, and get a bunch of loot. Again, we're looking for reds here. Golds are fine. There we go. A little bit of extra. Little fuel cell, which I don't even know. I mean, I guess you would replace a vest with that, but maybe. Nice, decent red. 1 slaughter is nice. In terms of loot value, again, the way it works is it's rounded down. So you need 2 million. 1.9 isn't a point. It's 2 million to get you a point. So they'll do a little backpack management here before they leave. And we've got the elevator started, and as much as I loved your analytical mind, it looks like NTMR are not liking that strategy. Instead, I think they're just going to send it here.
Yeah, this is going to be weird, right? They're kind of questioning what's been going around. They've been allowed to rotate without anybody contesting them, so they're trying to go ahead and beat SSG over here. But take a look at this great angle from Skies. He should be able to catch a quick glimpse on this rotate here, and yes, he does. He sees both Lucas and Equal kind of make that rotate off. So the call comes in, hey, I saw 2 guys make that crossover, and I think they're about to run directly into the loving arms of Team SSG, but actually the info kind of comes out. Skies opts to go ahead and throw that magnetic bomb, which kind of course, tips the hat. Hey, listen, we are actually in here already on the extract, waiting for you. But here's where this is going to get a little bit weird, because there are only 2 members right now from the side of SSG actually on the extract. The member that pulled the switch too easy is a little bit delayed on the rotate, so he's going to have a great angle to go ahead and close this out in a 3v2 fashion.
I think that's a good call out. I think SSG were either thinking, hey, I think they've got a lot of info, right? Because you saw so many boxes back at Substation. So they know there's not very many teams left. The only ones that they were missing were MW and NTMR. Now with this team here in low time, you can only expect this is the only other team on the map. And NTMR now, even though it does look like 2EC has the back flank, I think they're leaving. I think they're giving this. I think they're going to say, hey, look, we can get out, just like Vivid said, another way. Potentially go Ridge, potentially go no bag.
Go both.
Yeah, go both, split and divide and conquer. But we'll see. They might also just stay on the map and try to put stuff in their safe boxes. They got some kills that'll re-up some of the gear that they brought in. And
this is criminal.
If they get lucky enough, ooh, imagine.
An unlooted mini safe left in admin after, you can see, obviously a team kind of came through. I think that was Team NADESHOT. Ooh, take a look at this. And this is why Team NTMR have opted to instead go into the admin building and loot up a Mando Brick supercomputer, 2 million alloys, which is of course going to be very, very safe and secure, fit in that 3x3 safe box. And now this little bit of a rotation to opt to go ahead and loot has definitely been made worth it.
We've been calling them NTMR, but they are known as Nightmare. And I think this is unfortunately part of their name for some of the other teams. This team is going to be a nightmare to deal with, not only in terms of the score that they're going to be able to grab from this map alone, but also, I mean, how much of a nightmare is it that unfortunately Team Nade, uncontested at admin, I think smartly goes for the fight and just unfortunately lost it. But Nightmare go back to admin and say, is this really all looted? And no, it wasn't. Team Nade got aggressive. They wanted to go play for kills, and they left a lot of loot behind, and unfortunately, they got just unlucky. That's a nearly 2 million supercomputer left behind. They're able to pick up. That's a full point. That's like getting another kill on the map, Vivid. That's a big, big deal.
Yeah, of course. And take a look at the map here, right? What's going to be most valuable for the side of Nightmare to go ahead and kind of make something happen here. Potentially looking for a little bit more loot, but as we can see, the full roster of Space Station Gaming is going to be able to go ahead and extract. I think they were able to pick up a total of 5 kills, of course, loot all of those bodies, and then successfully extracting is going to be a great effort out of them in terms of how Zero Dam has kind of gone for them. And we're going to be able to just watch Equal and Lucas kind of run around the map for the next minute and 30 seconds, see if they can kind of pick up some of this loot that was potentially left behind. And take a look at this. Lucas is kind of showing off at Manobrick Supercomputer as they're going to be opting to go ahead and take this conditional extract on the south side of the map. And we're actually, to everybody's surprise, going to be seeing 2 full teams actually make it out of Zero Dam. This is not what we are kind of used to seeing.
Yeah, what's wild too is that like this is the paid extract down at the bottom, and it's limited seats as well. So it's also like extremely lucky that they were even able to get out down there with everybody else just died at Substation. NTMR, Nightmare, they didn't know that. That's the other thing. Like they didn't know that nobody had used the paid extract yet. They didn't know that everybody else died on the map. They see SSG over at the elevator and they go, nah, I'm not really liking this one. Let's go somewhere else. And it pays. Man, that's 2 full teams extracted. That's 2 teams with at least 3 kills plus some to boot. What a game for our top 2 rosters. They're going to have a nice advantage going into the first Manobrick round.
Yeah, absolutely. They both got to be feeling very, very good. And this is exactly why we kind of call some of these maps economically based rounds, because you can see, or when we do actually take a look at the leaderboard, we'll see how far ahead they are just in terms of the economy side of things. But this is where it all kicked off. I mean, BTH kind of opting to instead go admin, push directly south into substation and go ahead and take a 3v3 up against Team FAZE. And SSG were like, whoa, you guys are fighting on over here. Let's go ahead and get involved. And involved they did indeed. We kind of know after everything kind of went down, they were able to pick up 5 total kills. And this was that fight that we did not actually get an opportunity to see. Team Nightmare here in purple catching MW off guard and picking up a full wipe early on as well.
Yeah, I mean, we all know this about Zero Dam. The spawns are fairly close to each other, and so if you full send, you can catch a team pretty quickly. And we saw 2 different rosters do that, and then 2 other rosters try to join the fights late. And this is what happened at the back end of these fights. Team NADESHOT looted up admin and said, we still hear shots. Let's go get a piece of it. They show up just a hair too late. SSG fully stabilized inside of substation, and then they win that engagement after getting that early knock on what we could have seen as a really crucial flank from Team NADESHOT. And then finally, of course, to pick up that supercomputer, the mana brick code. It's not an actual mana brick, but it's got mana brick in the name, and that's good enough for me. That's nearly 2 million here on Zero Dam. And both teams doing a little BM at the end here with showing off their loot, throwing some hearts up because they both full extract. What a start for SSG and Nightmare. And Vivid, I gotta say, we said this right before we went to these replays. I think it's a big boon. It's gonna be a big advantage going to the mana brick round. And I'm just pumped to see what they can do with that advantage. So we're going to take a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, it's going to be game number 2. Our first Mandel brick, but also some airdrops going to be dropping in as well. Before we go to the giveaway, I do want to remind you all that we've got giveaways. We always do with these show matches. So I'm going to run our very first giveaway. All you have to do to enter is type in the word that you see on your screen. It's going to be DF Rise, because we're celebrating the Delta Force Esports brand new Rise series coming up in 2 days. Type in DF Rise to enter into the giveaway when we come back. As the break ends, folks, our giveaway will have ended. No more spam. When we come back into our next game, we'll jump straight into the action and we'll roll out all of those whispers. You'll be whispered by the official Twitch account here or some of our moderators to get your UID, and we'll get you all geared up with some Delta tickets being given out and some of our passes. Those premium passes could be coming your way. Type in DF Rise. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Got the Mandel bricks. Find it. Stop them. Mandel bricks decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first brick of the tournament. They're going to do it.
What goes around comes around.
I'm not going to do very much. Though. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Oh, there it is.
They once believed themselves to be eternal stars in their own worlds. Burning without restraint, expanding without order. And that chaos, they called it freedom. But all of it was nothing more than flaws in the fabric of the universe. I too once basked in daylight, believing kindness defined the limits of this world. But I was wrong. If they choose chaos, if humanity is riddled with corruption, then let judgment descend. I am the warden of the abyss and the tyrant of the endless night. Struggle. Scream. Within this prison, even the noblest stars must yield to the gravity of order. stars have returned to their rightful places.
For critical phase.
Take a brick. I'll take it. Build a snowman. Pretty cold.
And we are back at the Time to Rise show match, folks. We've got scores, which means stop your spam. We've got giveaway winners selected, and we will whisper you on the official Twitch channel here in a little while. It may take us a little while to roll out all of our giveaways. We've got tons of them going on, so please stay patient on that. But let's talk about scores, my friend. We got a lot of assets gained. We got a lot of points. Break it down for me. How does this all work?
I mean, listen, we kind of talked about the importance of kills. Of course, each one of those kills is going to be worth 1 squad point, which you're going to be seeing all the way over to the right. And me and Goj, we were like, listen, kills are going to be the thing that is worth the most, but it's actually not the case on how things went down on Zerodam. 2 teams picking up 10 million in assets is absolutely incredible. A quick reminder, 1 point for every 2 million total assets you are able to go ahead and obtain. And because both of these teams were able to just barely go ahead and crest that threshold for 10 million, they both were also able to go ahead and pick up 5 points respectively, just on the back foot of picking up so many assets. Incredible stuff here. Obviously, Space Station Gaming, they're going to be in first place. They got all 3 of their members out, and they picked up 5 kills. But Nightmare also able to pick up 3 kills, get all 3 of their members out as well. And then Team NADESHOT, they're going to be in third place. They did pick up 1 kill, but they were able to go ahead and loot the entirety of admin, which kind of like that for them, right? They went ahead, they opted to loot admin very early on, and they were like, all right, well, listen, we pretty much done all the looting that we could possibly do throughout this game. Why don't we just go ahead and try to play aggressive now? So now they're, of course, going to be in third place, or at least in terms of the game leaderboard. Take a look at the overall. Pretty much the exact same thing that we just mentioned for the game leaderboard, of course, because we have only played 1 game so far. Now, Gosh, let's go ahead and take a look at the future. What are we going to be jumping into next, man?
Yeah, we got all those points matter, certainly, but what matters the most is where we're headed, which is Brackish, baby. We've got a mana brick on the board. You could be tied for 3rd, you could be in 5th, you could be in last place, but if you get this next mana brick, you're going to be in first place no matter what going into the next round. Only 1 team will have the mana brick, and therefore only 1 team will be at the top of the leaderboard regardless of score. So we'll be paying attention to that mana brick, of course, and then also our brand new airdrop that happens on Brackish as well. So pay attention to both of those objectives. Teams will be fighting over those. You're going to see players get a little bit more aggressive on Brackish than they used to in the past, especially if you get like a Tower of Babel spawn. Looking at operators, though, I think nothing huge to write home about after map 1 as per the usual. Of course, we all notice that 1 operator is fully grayed out for one of our rosters. That's namely because they dropped both of their D-Wolves in round 1. Vivid, I can't imagine that has many repercussions going forward, but hey, it is an operator that is used quite often. They've got solid utility in operations, so who knows? We'll keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, actually, I really like that, right? Using D-Wolf on a map like Zerodam, where you're just going to be doing a lot of running around. Of course, you can go ahead and pop your legs, pop your ultimate there, and just do exactly that. Run around as quickly as you possibly can. We have actually not really seen many times before any of our teams pull out double operators very often. So kind of cool from Team Nightmare to pull that one out. But across the board, operators still available for a lot of our teams. It's going to be interesting to see what they actually decide to invest here on Brackish. We know 2 of our teams, Team Nightmare and Team Space Station Gaming, with so much alloy being built up in just game number 1. You got to imagine they're going to be gearing up going into Brackish. The first round is going to have that mana break, which is also going to be interesting to see if they decide, 1, to invest into some of their gear, but then 2, also decide to invest into some of those very high value operators, kind of like, Tempest or Luna, something like that. So keep a close eye on how these teams actually come in geared to match number 2 here.
Good shout from Mr. Vivid. I think this will certainly be a big deciding factor on how they play. This will be a little bit of a nod, a signal towards how aggressively are some of these teams going to go. And speaking of how aggressively are they going to play, that's the biggest question in my mind going into July 10th, our very first day of the Delta Force Rise series, folks. You cannot miss this Pro League kicking off in 2 days' time. This is our last scrims, the last chance for the teams to work out all the different things that could be bumps in the road as they prepare for the Pro League this weekend. First weekend of many to come. It'll be happening all the way through and into August for the entirety of the first season, every single weekend, folks. Let's hop into the game and let's see what loot people are able to find and what engagements we start with first. The first potential engagement and the first tier 1 spawn is obviously SSG. Look at where they're at on the map. The Metal Brick spawning 20 seconds from now, right underneath of both FAZE and SSG. But Nightmare are going to come join as well. Watch out for yellow, purple, and pink, all fighting around this Metal Brick spawn. Let's see who gets it first.
If you take a look at the top of your screen, you can see it's 17 and 10 seconds on that clock. Once it hits 17 on the dot, that mana brick is going to be able to go ahead and be picked up. It's pretty much right there in that fountain that you see on your screen, which is why you're going to start to see a giant swarm of all of our teams on this exact location, because of course they want to be the team that picks it up, but they also want to go ahead and deny it. Currently, we have a pretty big standoff between the side of Space Station Gaming and Team FAZE, and I was actually expecting Team Nightmare to kind of join the fray from off in the distance, but they actually opted not to, and I actually don't know if any of the members of FAZE are in a position to go ahead and deny the mana brick pickup, so we might see Space Station Gaming kind of throw a smoke on top of it and opt to go ahead and pick it up.
You might be thinking, don't they see each other? Well, SSG certainly know that FAZE are there. They can't do much about it yet without giving up position. Off screen, by the way. Holy.
Whoa.
Team NADESHOT. Hey, look, I know Nade's got some luck up his sleeve. I don't know what he's giving to his players right now. Whatever luck Nade has off screen, he is giving to his team on screen. NADESHOT's team finds 3 reds. Golden Crocodile, Golden Bar. They get Stopwatch. Oh, my goodness. Well over 1 million just in reds off rip.
Same player as well, in close proximity. So Slept is going to be the lucky member there for Team NADESHOT. You can see this 3v3 around this initial Mandelbrick spawn is still kind of happening. Let's take a look at the comp here. You can see the Killzone is going to be playing the Shepherd, so it's pretty much just going to be playing defensive in terms of some of the space they were able to pick up towards this Mandelbrick. Be seeing goes.
Look at MW. We've got a whole nother team going to join this. Nightmare has elected to play a little bit slower. MW come peeking their heads up into the window and immediately get fried. I think that was by either Killzone or actually Skies all the way across in the window. Finds the angle. Pildor is going to think twice about peeking that window again. So now we've got 3 teams all standing over the Mandelbrick spawn, with Nightmare playing the backside, probably waiting for a team to grab it and then play for one of these decoding stations.
Oh my gosh.
Skies nades himself, unfortunately. Hey, look, we've all done it. It is what it is. Even the pros make mistakes. Not a crucial one, not yet.
You can see from Too Easy right here is going to be popping that smoke right there, and the Shepherd trap was actually placed over top of that jump up, but I think Too Easy might feel a little bit confident here in picking up this mana brick. He's going to be standing right next to it, but some of the utility is going to be flying in, and he's going to go ahead and opt to not pick up the mana brick. Guys, our match counter, these games go very, very quick. 18 minutes total for all of our competitive games that we're going to be playing here today. It is not the normal amount of time allotted to some of these maps. And by the way, Team NADESHOT is just Team Goop Shot right now. They're finding everything in that Tower of Babel. They're like, hey, listen, you guys want to just stand on top of the mana brick and stare at each other? Fine. We're going to loot everything around the map and find incredible value. back to that point, Goj, the fact that we already sub 14 minutes, I mean, that initial decode of that first mana break, and oh my gosh, Killzall with a very brave peek. He gets a lot of information right there. He's like, wait a minute, is Dio playing alone? Is nobody here to help him out? I'm going to go ahead and take this 1v1 and win out completely. And on the back foot of that, finally, one of our teams is able to go ahead and pick up the mana break. But now, what is going to be the play call? You go ahead and push into Museum, where you know Team FaZe are waiting, but you also know that they are only a duo, or do you go ahead and opt to go somewhere else where you have no information? You can kind of see the sight lines for Too Easy. He was looking over to the building. They know Team MW is there, so they don't want to go that way. They're actually going to go ahead and opt to jump into the museum. And with a little bit of an assist from Team Nightmare from the outside, FaZe is going to be losing another member. Sudoku is going to be left as a solo.
What on earth? Now, one, I was surprised that MW didn't peek when the brick was taken. They could have at least tried to challenge SSG to make them think twice about getting the brick for free once they heard the shots go down. But I don't even think anybody looked from MW. They're just waiting to see if maybe SSG went towards them. I don't know, but well-placed nades to the top. Nightmare's gonna have to back off. Nightmare with that early blood opens things up for them to egress over here. Once the mana brick was actually grabbed, they're gonna be able to play much more aggressive now. They know Sudoka's either a solo or a duo. They feel very comfortable about pushing this. Equal plays is flying at his opposition.
Oh no.
And Sudoka's on the run, actually gonna get caught in transition, maybe even by MW. Couple other things happening on the map. Yeah, MW do find him. FaZe full wiped. Couple other things happening that you saw. One, Nightmare did take down the boss on the map. That's important. We'll talk a little bit about why later. But two, here comes Team NADESHOT. They got a bunch of loot, and now they're getting into the action late. This time, I don't think it's too late. This is a great opportunity to third party and fourth party the fight happening around this decoding station. SSG have planted the brick. Yeah, we didn't see it. We're following the fights. They've put the mana brick in the museum decoding station. It's the closest one by a mile, and so everybody's swarming them. 2 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock right now. Everybody looking to steal this away, at least to reset the timer, and if nobody touches that decoding station, it's going to be SSG with the first mana brick.
Take a look at the SSG's comp right now, though. You've got the Gizmo that can go ahead and place the ult down if anybody tries to go ahead and seize the mana brick. You've, of course, got the Shepherd who can lay down the traps. You can lay down those very, very quickly cooked grenades. And then you have the Luna as well to play denial with those shocks and those grenades as well. There is so much utility on the side of SSG that can kind of deny not only the mana break, but also just a straight up entry into Museum as they almost go ahead and pick up one of the kills onto Team Nade through the smoke with so much utility. And as it currently stands, man, I don't know if anybody's going to be able to break down the defenses of what Team Space Station Gaming have been able to go ahead and set up here.
That's a good call out. I think their operator comp is really set up for a great defense. They wanted something more interior so that they could play their utility in some of these corners, in some more close quarters engagements as well. Definitely suits their playstyle. Here's a quick look at the map. What's been going on it? Yes, we saw the boss go down. Yes, we saw BTH, by the way, get the first airdrop, but all eyes on the mana brick decoding station. And unfortunately, all eyes are closed because we are deep inside of some smoke, some flashes, and everything in between. We're getting scanned, we're getting mollied, we're getting everything. And yet, Slept is able to tank it all, sit in the corner, wait it out, tries to make a push, and the triple blaster comes flying around the other corner as well. Team NADESHOT in a blender, but they're still on their feet, just barely, while BTH get another airdrop. And they're also getting those wooden sculptures. We'll talk about those a little bit later. Way too much going on for right now on our screen. NADESHOT's team is tanking every bit of utility thrown out of them. And finally, Smile goes down, this time at the hands of Killzall's gun.
Killzall actually playing a little bit of an aggressive position there, right? He pushes up to an angle that he doesn't have to. He's hearing all the fighting, all of the utilities. Like, finally, let's go ahead and get active. But take a look at this. Nightmare. They're going to be getting into the mix deal. Too easy. Lays out Equal very, very quickly. And you heard it from Goj himself. 30 seconds. No, make it 20 seconds before SSG take the first mana brick.
A duo left for Team NADESHOT. A duo's going to make some waves. They're going to at least pick up one in transition. They do get traded out, so it's just going to be Crisp by himself, taking a decent bit of util damage. But 5 seconds on the clock. Decoding station. Is there anybody around it? No, because Killzall is slamming all of them. Space Station Gaming get the first mana brick. They hold down the hordes of all of the teams trying to get a steal, but no one's able to even touch the brick. They plant the brick, they get the brick, and now it's just a firing frenzy. Space Station Gaming are on a tear, and Nightmare go down, their first wipe of this competition, and there's a lot of bodies on the ground for everybody else.
Yeah, now they're just going to go ahead and play like they've had nothing to lose because they absolutely don't. Everything is going in favor. Everything is going to plan for the side of SSG. So why not? Let's just play a little bit aggressive. We see bodies are down all across the museum. We know all of these remaining teams, they cannot possibly be a healthy 3-man roster. And you can kind of take a look at it on the left side of your screen. Team MW, they're left down to a duo. Team NADESHOT, unfortunately, just has Crisp left remaining as a solo. And I think some of the utility is going to be able to sniff him out here. How did he dodge everything, by the way? But I think one tag from the shock arrow goes ahead and reveals the position, and Too Easy is going to be finding his second frag. And oh my gosh, I just got a quick glimpse. Bottom left, when we were on SSG right there, I saw Killzall. 5 kills, and he picks up a knock as I'm making that point onto Pildor. That's going to be 6. But now BTH have finally entered the museum. They're going to go ahead and play the 6th party over towards this mana brick. Hey, the mana brick's already gone, but plenty of value to still be found.
Yeah, this is a really important moment to see, and a great job from our observers to catch it. BTH, in the meantime of all that chaos, they said, we're just taking the airdrops, gentlemen. They get not only the loot airdrop, they also get the AWM airdrop. So BTH get a crazy amount of value not in these engagements. Send their AW member out, and now the fights occur with a duo of BTH, and then MW versus the last 2 players of SSG. Now Killzall all alone, a solo amidst the chaos. He will be at the top of the leaderboard, but will he still win out this map as well? MW going to be able to heal back up, play the high ground. We got BTH on the low ground as a duo, and Killzall hiding in the corner, hoping that he doesn't get swarmed by all of these players. Have you ever watched a Delta Force competition and seen this much action in 2 games? I can give you the answer. The answer is absolutely not, Coach. Holy cow.
Coach has watched a lot of Delta Force, and for him to go ahead and say that speaks praises to how well we are being entertained right now. BTH, they're trying to go ahead and sniff out one of the members that's going to be hiding in the bathroom right now with all of the utility and with nowhere to go. The last remaining member of MW is actually going to drop down through the hole. I thought Killzall was going to be waiting for him to go ahead and make that move, but take a look off in the distance. With a little bit of the X-ray vision that we do have, Killzall has actually made the digital dash outside of the museum. So he's going to be running for his life. We'll have to see if Team BTH can kind of make something worth of this. They've already been able to go ahead and pick up 1 kill.
No way.
Oh, this is way too common of a spot. You have to go ahead and search that, and they do. Tutti is going to be picking up loud right there. And for BTH, I mean, they have done incredible throughout this one. Obviously, they didn't go ahead and pick up the brick. And yeah, they only have 2 kills when you compare it to how many kills SSG have gotten. But I mean, how much stuff were they kind of picking up off screen when we were kind of watching all the fighting happen?
Yeah, man. I mean, listen, now that we can breathe, I mean, Killzall may just keep fighting here. There's really no reason not to. He has so many kills. He has 6 kills on the map right now. If he can get a res as well, I mean, this would be ridiculous. He's going to try to get this body to a safer position. But 6 kills is not only 6 points for your team. Great. It's also 4.8 million in Technic Alloy that Killzall will have in his bank when he gets back to the lobby. He does not need to survive this map. The kit he brought in is less value than that. Now, he'd like to get out. That'd be cool. Might as well play for it, especially if you get your teammate up. But these are big moments for Space Station Gaming, who will be at the top no matter what. But they could also win out this map somehow, because Killzall's been allowed to go back and get a res. What a play from him. Now, BTH, you said the words, what else have they done? What else have they found? We brought this up a moment ago, Vivid, and while we just have a second, BTH played slow to this fight. They did not get the mana brick. They got the AWM and they got out with it. That is a big boon for future rounds. Watch out for that basically one-shot sniper that BTH will be able to use. However, they also got, you all saw them pop up on the right. They're for one Technic alloy. There are these lucky wooden sculptures. These can be dropped from the bosses on the map and specific supply missions on certain maps as well. What you can do with those, it's a new thing with Rise Series. If you're able to get them, you can trade them for high value gear. You can get that gold gear another way. You can get it even earlier. We'll come back to it because Killzall has got his knife out running straight into the enemy and what? Oh no, we swapped to it.
Ooh.
I just had a heart attack. I thought somehow, some way the beast stayed alive in the engagement, but no. Killzall ran into a lurking opponent, and BTH find another.
For a quick second, it did look like there was enough damage exchanged right there to actually go ahead and give the opportunity to Killzall to potentially turn that one around. The guy has looked absolutely unstoppable, but finally is able to go ahead and get shut down. Now it's just going to be left with Too Easy. Again, who cares what happens? I mean, Too Easy's going to be like, dude, I'm just going to do whatever I want. We already got the mana brick. We've got an absolute mountain of kills for our team. Oh, wait a minute. Too Easy might have a great angle here. With a little bit of an overextension from the side of BTH, and it's exactly that. Too Easy finds Tutti, and now we're going to be left down to a 1v1 to be the last remaining member, the last remaining player on the entirety of Brackish. You can see Too Easy. He is expecting the head glitch. He's expecting the opponent to go ahead and take the higher ground, but smartly, well played from Too Easy. He's actually going to be dropping the ultimate right now from the Gizmo and opt in to see if they can kind of find out where this player is, potentially find a little bit of information for him. You can see no hit markers are going to be found. So he's going to have to go ahead and find all the information himself, but laying down in the train, begging for mercy. You can't against a team like SSG, completely and utterly unstoppable.
If you're a fan of Space Station Gaming, you are jumping for joy. But if you're a fan of competitive esports and you're not a fan of Space Station Gaming, I think we need to remind you of the words that our dear friend NADESHOT said himself. You remember what he said, Vivid? He said, listen, I was in this exact same position myself in my own competitive career. I got to this point. We were the favorites. We showed up to the party. This last scrims, we obliterated everybody in boot camp. It wasn't even close. We get to the main stage, we get to the main series, and we get stomped. It is what it is. Now, I don't wish that on Space Station Gaming, but if you're a fan of Team NADESHOT, if you're a fan of MW, Nightmare, FAZE, everybody else in this lobby, that's what you're hoping for, because Space Station Gaming are inevitable at this point. They get the brick. They get 11 kills. Look at that on the left-hand side. 11 kills is 11 points. It's also 8.8 million Technic alloy that are going to be added to the 2 million in profits they're pulling out of the map right now. I mean, my goodness, these guys are rich. They're on top of the leaderboard. They're famous. They're handsome. I don't know what else they are, but my goodness, SSG, what a start. Probably the most dominant performance we've seen in 2 games.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, listen, Zero Dam went very, very well for them. And, you know, listen, those economy rounds, they don't necessarily tell the full story in any way necessary. But right now, I mean, the momentum that this team has, it is absolutely crazy. Obviously, we have only played 2 games so far, and there's plenty of competition left to be played. But right now, it is looking like an early win from the side of SSG if they keep playing like they are.
Listen, could it be a map 4 victory for SSG if they keep playing like they are right now? Yes, but I will look back on this map with our replays and talk a little bit about what I did like from the other rosters. This was a hotly contested mana break. Yes, no one stole it, but oftentimes in map 2, this is something that can be a little bit boring. Frankly, in map 2, not often do we see this many teams play for the mana brick decoding station. Nobody was able to get the steal, but everybody was here. Literally every team showed up to Museum to fight. We basically didn't swap off a perspective. that wasn't at Museum for 18 minutes. It was kind of ridiculous, but fun looks back here. SSG was very patient. They eventually do get that mana break, and they do put it in the decoding station. And then, like you mentioned, very smartly, Vivid, you did notice their operator comp was much more defensive. It was about zoning off their opponents, and that's exactly what they did. So once they get this mana brick, everybody else is having to fight each other. They can't get the decoding station. Brick is gone, and then it was just a bloodbath.
Yeah, I mean, their objective after the main objective was actually secured, of course, being the mana break, was very, very clear as well. Let's just push. Let's just have fun. Let's just get as many kills as we possibly can, which of course is important for all the alloys that you mentioned, all the points that you mentioned, but also just straight up denial, right? Preventing any of these teams from kind of making anything happen, continuously kind of building up the amount of momentum that they have been able to build so far. They've played absolutely perfectly, and it looked like BTH were potentially going to get out with a lot of loot, right? They actually could have just sat on the extract and not went for some of these extra kills, but they opted to do just that. And yeah, they were in a 2v1 situation where you're up against Too Easy, man, and he makes it look just that, a little bit too easy. And that is pretty much the motto right now for Team SSG, quote unquote, too easy.
I mean, it's too easy. Getting the last kill is too easy for SSG, but also big shout out to Killsall for even going back for that res. I know a lot of players that wouldn't risk that, and just getting one player out is a big win in this format often. Killsall got out of Museum. Remember, he snuck out of the bottom, and he came back for the res because he said, we're not done with this map. Ridiculous, man. Well, we've got another giveaway for you all at home. If you're enjoying the action, which I guarantee you are, because this has been so much fun for the first two maps. It has moved very, very quick. I've got another giveaway for you. We're going to be giving away more Delta tickets as well as those premium passes. Just type in esports, baby, because we are so hyped about esports here with Delta Force. Operations has been needing esports for a very long time, and this Rise series truly brings something special. There is no game doing what Delta Force is doing right now with the Rise series and with Delta Force Operations esports. So type in esports here with Rise series, type in esports, all caps. That'll enter you into the giveaway. And again, I think it was said in chat, but I do want to remind you, those whispers will roll out through our Twitch channel. It will take a little while. Please stay patient. Those will roll out over the course of the next week or so. We'll get you your giveaways. Don't you worry. We've got a fantastic moderator team getting you all your info and those Delta tickets or those premium passes. We're going to be at a very short break here. When we come back, it's going to be game number 3. It's going to be another eco round, and we'll see if somebody else maybe can come out on top this time.
Smoke hands over Asera. The situation's reaching a breaking point. Time to bring in the experts. Team Rainbow has touched down in Asera. New ground? Not sure where to start? Search containers. Grab high-value loot.
I hear when I can and stop threats when I must.
Take down anyone in your way. Heavy fire, raise your shield, and hold the line. Don't forget your tactical gear. The gripple gun.
Enemy here!
Taking fire? Pull out the Hive-Tac pistol. Patch yourself up. Keep your squad in the fight.
Call if you need a hand.
Outnumbered? Drop the jammer.
말보다는 행도이지.
Go dark. Strike first.
I've seen real horror.
Looks like they were waiting for us. No pressure. Trust your aim. Learn the map. Stay with your squad. Team Rainbow brings tactics built for close calls in Delta Force. That means sharper plays, smarter fights, and operator-on-operator mind games. Alright, it's go time. Extract safely, and everything you learn comes with you. New operation, new look. During the event, Nox's Vigil Bundle, Geneva's Montaigne Bundle, and Stinger Stock Bundle. Pick any 2 of the 3 operator bundles for free. More collab rewards awaiting. Open an Alpha pack and try your luck. In Asera, the right weapon can turn the tide. Black Eyes, one of Rainbow Six Siege's most iconic weapon appearances, gets a new Delta Force take. Complete event missions and choose one of 2 Black Eyes collab bundles for free. Join the event to claim the MP5 submachine gun Black Eyes, plus more rewards. Wait, what's this? Team Rainbow left something behind in Asera? A collectible drone you can deploy. Deploy it and see what you can uncover. July 10th to July 23rd, play to earn the K437 assault rifle Domineering. Looks like we're fully loaded for this operation. That's the full rundown on the Delta Force Rainbow Six Siege collaboration. Remember the rules: sharp aim, map knowledge, and teamwork. The mission: bridge in, extract out.
For critical state.
Take a break. I'll take that. Snowman. Pretty cold.
Welcome back. Time to Rise Showmatch. Our Delta Force Rise series right around the corner. But today, it is all Space Station gaming all day. Time to Rise Showmatch, otherwise known as the scrims today, are going in SSG's favor. My goodness, they pick up the Mantle Brick. This is just game 2, folks. This is not the overall. They pick up the Mantle Brick. They pick up 11 kills. And they pick up nearly 12 million assets. Yeah, talk about domination, Vivid. I got no other words.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you want me to go ahead and make it just feel a little bit worse. Remember, Team Nightmare, they were kind of right there on that overall leaderboard after game number 1. They were kind of the team that was, you know, keeping up in terms of assets gain and squad points with Space Station Gaming after game number 1. Down in 5th place from those game 2 results right there, losing out. The team that actually lost out the most, minus 2 million assets. So that is, of course, going to just increase the gap on the overall leaderboard. Of course, the biggest thing being the Mana Brick, which, again, is the highest value scoring metric that we do have here today. When we do go ahead and take a look at the overall, though, obviously, we're going to see Space Station Gaming up in first, regardless of how many squad points they had. If they had 0 squad points, which I don't know how they would with a Mana Brick, but if they did, they would still be in first place because, again, the Mana Brick is the most valuable scoring metric that we have here today. Taking a look at some of our other teams as well. Nightmare, because of how well game number 1 went for them, they're still going to be in 2nd place. And then BTH, again, we kind of talked about it. They did a very good job. Well, kind of like 5 teams were fighting in Museum for that Mana Brick. They went around the map. They went ahead and took 2 supply jobs to look like, went ahead and sent out 1 member through the backpack extract. So a great kind of little bit of a game for them, but we can kind of see the importance of playing for that Mana Brick because they weren't playing for it and they weren't able to be a part of those teams denying Space Station Gaming. So even though they did have a good game in the grand scheme of things, they're still going to be a little bit behind. But don't worry. Listen, things have been absolutely crazy in game number 1 and game number 2. We did just see our first Mana Brick. But in the map rotation, we're going to be going back to a Mantle Brickless game here on Tide Prison. There are still going to be a bunch of loot to be picked up, a bunch of airdrops for all of our teams to go ahead and be picked up, but a little bit of a breather after our first 2 games here, hopefully on Tide Prison. Goj, we have seen Tide Prison played completely differently than how we typically see the first 2 games go.
No, I think that's a great shout and a great walk through the leaderboard because it's Space Station Gaming all day. But I think in Tide Prison, things could change because we know exactly what operators everybody's going to choose. Tide Prison plays slow. If you haven't gotten the hint yet from Vivid, it's going to slow way down. Yeah. Why is that? There's a lot of CQB. There's a lot of credit corners. There's a lot of positions for these players to sneak and lurk their way around the map. So what do you want when you're sneaking and lurking your way around the map? How about Nox, Vivid? I'm expecting to see several double Nox operator choices and comps. We're expecting to see a ton of Hat Claw as well. That ultimate the Hat Claw has is really valuable to track down people nearby you. I mean, besides those 2 operators, is there even any other operator to bring up in the conversation going into a map like Tide Prison?
Literally, the only one is typically Gizmo. He's very, very good on a map like Tide Prison. When you kind of take a look at the economy in terms of the operator pool, Gizmo doesn't really find value. Because, by the way, after this, we're almost exclusively going to be playing Space City. Very hard for Gizmo to kind of find value on a giant open map like Space City. Of course, you know, the center buildings are going to be a little bit close proximity. But, yeah, Gizmo we have kind of seen, you know, brought into Tide Prison before if you're going to be a team that is a little bit more interested in playing defensive, because if you do just play double Nox and like a Hat Claw, you don't really have a lot of stall if one of your members gets knocked. So, you know, if you want to play Gizmo, maybe play for some smokes, play a little bit differently. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see somebody kind of bring out that. But I can almost guarantee we're going to be seeing probably just a bunch of double Noxes and Hat Claws almost across the board. That's what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, 100%. And if you didn't notice, we do have official esports accounts everywhere, folks. You got specific esports streams that happen, specific esports X accounts, and you got to go drop a follow on all of Delta Force major socials, including their esports accounts.
Ooh, wow.
But let's get into the action here. Everybody running purple gear. It is an eco round after all. We got a mantle break. But what else do you see in here? I do see a Raptor from Team NADESHOT.
Yeah.
We've seen that a couple times. At least be able to send that drone through to check some corners as you're walking through doorways. But anything else?
I mean, the operators here, to me, actually, bring up a giant question mark. I mean, BTH bringing in a Luru, which is kind of crazy because that is probably one of the most valuable operators that we usually see. I mean, the incendiaries are just so powerful when it comes, to kind of holding off some of those pushes. Take a look at this. So I do see FAZE Sudoka picking up a $1.5 million red key card.
Whoa.
In terms of loot right off the get-go here on Tide Prison. But yeah, I kind of mentioned it. I was expecting to see all Noxes and all Hacklaws, but it's only like one Hacklaw. I think a total of like 5 Noxes. But yeah, an early 3v3 here. We're going to be seeing Team NADESHOT go up against MW. But we have seen this before. Typically, once one of these teams does get control over the Warden's office, the other opposing team does not dare step through those 2 doorways.
2 fights potentially going to be happening around the same time. It's going to be Team NADESHOT versus MW. The other fight we potentially could see, I don't think it's happening yet. You can see it way off in the distance with our X-ray. At the top side of the map is going to be SSG and BTH. They're both on the north side by the pipes. Could potentially see an early fight on the north, and then also this fight here on the south. And then the question is, where does Nightmare rotate to, who is on the eastern side of the map? It looks like Nightmare, you can see them, again, we're getting all this extra info with our X-ray here. They're so far away, so they've elected, Nightmare is actually probably going to be playing for that northern fight. These 2 teams are going to be isolated on the south for a while. They both know each other are here. This is classic eco rounds, baby. This is classic Tide Prison. Things are going to slow way down. We're going to get some loot mid-fight, potentially to throw into our safe box with a gold bar there from Team NADESHOT. And we're going to take this fight as strategic as we possibly can. First mistake, 90% of the time, loses these engagements.
That's why you can kind of see, no pun intended, the tide has kind of shifted here on Tide Prison. It's just how this map kind of plays out. And by the way, don't kind of count out that position from a member of MW. Actually, both of these teams. Remember, this is Team NADE versus Team MW, and both of them kind of have members off the distance. But take a look at this. Kind of continuing up with the momentum. It's going to be SSG getting active once again. They're going to be taking out a member of BTH, but on the other side of things, Too Easy, he's actually finding himself in an engagement with a member of Nightmare. So potentially like a pseudo 6v3 kind of happening for the side of Space Station Gaming, and they're holding their own.
Yeah, BTH down 1, but more action on the way. Team NADESHOT getting really aggressive. This is the southern fight. We're going to be popping back and forth between the 2. Does look like Nightmare is third-partying pretty aggressively on the north, while Team NADESHOT is in a bit of trouble down here on the south. And a little bit more than trouble. I was going to shout them out. FAZE are coming in for the third party on the south. It is 2 3-team battles. 1 on the north, 1 on the south. And FAZE have struck first on the south as Team NADESHOT go down early and immediately. You're probably asking, where did they come from? They swam here. They swam around the outside of the building. They came in through the south side. They sneak in and they wipe 1 and now nearly both of the 2 teams that were potentially going to fight. Sometimes all it takes is a little bit of aggressiveness to wake some people up. And we thought it was going to be slow, folks. But the team fully wiped within the first 4 minutes. It is nothing but all gas, no brakes. FAZE are looking for more and they get it. Another member of MW down, and there goes the third. That is 2 full team wipes for FAZE. They may have fallen early in this competition. In map number 3, they are crushing it.
Well done from them. You can kind of see how hard it is for some of our teams, like Team NADESHOT, to disengage some of these fights, because again, it's a complete shift in terms of the operators that you have. In Team NADESHOT, they were on like a Shepherd and Nox. any Raptor, so no smokes for them to kind of cut off some of those angles as we do take a look at that other three-way fight towards the north side of the map. It's going to be SSG. They do get another knock. This time it's going to be on the team of Nightmare, and they're going to decide to see if they can make something happen. But Too Easy get a little bit too aggressive. He had the knocks all popped. He was feeling a little bit confident, but Equal is going to be able to go ahead and shut him down, and now he's going to be looking to do just that, get aggressive once more, maybe return the favor. Knocks all going to be popped for Equal. Let's see if he can make something happen.
Those that don't know, that Nox ult means his footsteps are silent, but he doesn't get quite that aggressive. He doesn't want to overextend. Again, we talk about this in Tide Prison all the time. Tide Prison is a map that punishes mistakes more than outplays. So neither of these two teams... We see this, right?
Can he see Killsaw? Oh my gosh.
What? There's no way, right? Is this real life?
Hello? Okay, I thought I was completely crazy. I was like, there must be something weird going on. And Tutti surely could have saw Killsaw that whole time, because Killsaw's like, wait, is that a man in the shadows? But some great return shots from Tutti as he comes to life here. Killsaw is going to be put down on the ground, but backed up into the corner, and a lot of damage going to be finding his way. He's going to be taken out. And yeah, maybe a little bit hesitant there from the side of Tutti, because he was a solo, but he had me questioning my complete existence in terms of Delta Force in its entirety, because I was like, I swear he could see Killsaw. He's staring right at him. That was hilarious.
Oftentimes I can get turned around or tricked. Well, I would say often, or I'll give myself a little bit more credit. Occasionally I get turned around or switched by our X-ray. That was not X-ray. That was bars of a jail cell. You can shoot through that, and I was so in a blender. I mean, what did he think this was, like some T-Rex on the other side? If you just don't move, he doesn't know you're there? That was the craziest camouflage look and play I've ever seen. It almost paid off, too, for BTH. Somehow, he was able to actually win that first engagement. There's just too many players of SSG left, but... Okay.
Killsaw was probably like, he probably couldn't believe his eyes. He was like, he couldn't hit shots because he was too baffled. He was like, wait, is somebody staring at me? I need to see that from Killsaw's POV, like without X-ray on, because I feel like hiding off in that locker in a very dark room probably looked absolutely insane. Like, it was a great hiding spot, I would imagine. But I mean, yeah.
A couple quick notes here. We are finding some reds off screen, but while we see some of the looting going on the left, look at what's happening on the right-hand side. Nightmare has showed up to the party. SSG, known for their reses, what do Nightmare do? They grab Too Easy's body from the ground. They move him all the way over to the backside so they can loot him to make sure that yellow timer actually fades. It finally does, and Nightmare will know that it's gone. It'll go from a body to a box, and they'll say, okay, that guy can't get back up. So Nightmare have all the loot from Too Easy, and SSG can't go back for that body, and certainly won't think to go back for that loot either. So it's going to be a full 2 for SSG. This is at least a little bit of the slowing of the roll of Space Station Gaming. But FaZe probably, well, definitely having the best map in this one alone with 2 full team wipes. I would be very curious what this Nightmare roster decides to do. Do they play north? Do they play south? It looks like they're rotating to the south.
Again, a very difficult map to extract from. Typically, we're going to see a lot of our teams potentially fight over that helicopter extract that's out in the water, or potentially go ahead and take the normal one that can be found through hacking the laptop in the center and then pulling the switch after that. But I would imagine with FaZe having so much control over the south side, yeah, they're probably going to go ahead and opt to jump down into the water and potentially look to control that helicopter pad. Now, this being said, this is actually a very early rotation, if that is the goal. Actually, excuse me, because I'm absolutely forgetting the fact that we have airdrops on Tide Prism, because we have literally nothing but action so far. So 10 seconds until our first airdrop goes ahead and lands off into this little cove over here, which is actually very, very scary to go for a lot of the times, because it has direct sight lines over to that unloading area, which of course you can see they're very, very hesitant because of those sight lines. It's very difficult for them to kind of deal with those sight lines. No real access to a lot of utility, as The Shark is defending that airdrop. Like, dude, listen, I want it. You guys can't have it.
So a couple key notes there. We were saying that there was some reds pulled off screen. It was actually FaZe that pulled that ventilator. And I'll cut away if this action actually takes off. But FaZe have the ventilator. As a reminder, FaZe also pulled that key card at the very beginning of the game. So FaZe have like 2 million in loot value. It looks like they pulled a CD as well. They have like 2.5 million in loot value just in reds alone. And, okay. All right. Listen.
Keep counting, Goj. I want to hear it. The running count.
They only have 2.5 million in reds alone. Cue the next red. No? Oh, dang. I thought it was going to be close. All right. Killzall finds an angle. Nightmare. Again, reminder, SSG, a duo. Nightmare looted their buddy.
Trying to play denial. And by the way, this is actually a fight that's going to be happening in obviously the middle of Tide Prison. But this specific engagement is one that happens actually a lot on Tide Prison because of how some of the spawns actually go. So this is one that usually happens very, very early on. I'm sure both the teams of Nightmare and SSG, when they've kind of just been jumping into some of the pub games, have played this exact scenario in terms of playing, 3v3. Obviously, Nightmare have a grave advantage in terms of having just an extra member on their team right now. But a lot of the times in competitive settings, some of the rotations get a little bit weird. Some of the areas get a little bit weird, and some of our players are a little bit unfamiliar. But I would imagine that all of these angles available around these two staircases that are kind of separated by that alleyway in the middle of all of the jail cells, it should be pretty common. As you can see, Lucas is taking advantage of one of those well-known angles right here, trying to see if one of the members of SSG gets a little bit too hasty. And by the way, I was a little bit distracted by the scope, the zoom in from Lucas. I didn't even realize that man is holding an arm.
Yeah, so this is the other thing you got to know about Tide Prison. There's two ways to get loot in Tide Prison, high value loot, that is. One is that airdrop we just saw FaZe looking at. The other one, though, and where you get the is the GTI supply mission. So that's what this Nightmare team has done. In the meantime, after looting Too Easy's body, they end up completing the mission and they get this So this is a nice win for them. And an opportunity sure to use a bullet or two and wipe SSG, denying a lot of points for the team at the top. But also, if they can get out of the map with it, they're going to be feeling a lot better about using that in a mantle brick round, Vivid. Oftentimes, that's what players do. They like to save it for those mantle brick rounds. But they also, these kills are so dang valuable.
I mean, we just watched a show match last week on Zero Dam specifically. We watched a player pick the album up out of the supply drop, and I think by the end of things they had shot like 4 bullets after they had only had it for like 2 minutes, and it netted them a lot of kills, right? A lot of points right there, and obviously a lot of alloy as well. But yeah, of course you kind of want it when you go into one of those man or brick games because it does give you a huge leg up on your opposing members. Take a look at FaZe, though. You kind of mentioned it. They're running number of alloys in terms of just reds up to 2.5 million. Take a look at the kills as well. 6 total. You can also see that Snow's out of that airdrop. He's going to be wearing gold armor. We did, of course, see at the beginning of this match, nobody brought in gold armor, gold equipment of their own. So he, of course, got that out of the airdrop. And
hey,
oh my goodness. Equal.
Listen, sometimes the map fights back, all right?
Gordon's getting a little aggro. He's pushing.
he's drop shotting our players. These pro players are getting beat by the NPCs. The devs are having a field day.
Dude, Lucas is so scared. These guys are like, dude, let's play this very, very slow. And oh my god, the headshot. Death goes down to 40% HP and calls in the help of Lucas. Dude, they were playing that very, very passive. And you can see for good reason. Warden can be very, very scary sometimes. I did just see a member of SSG. They heard some of the shots going off. Potentially getting a little bit of information here. And Nightmare got to be feeling very, very scared. I mean, they haven't been able to move out of this little corner for quite some time. They don't really know what's going on around the rest of the map. How are they going to kind of get out of this corner and potentially extract? I mean, yeah, we have the backpack extract available, which is potentially what they're thinking about in terms of just sending the ARM out. But I mean, SSG are kind of cutting off that rotation almost entirely.
Yeah, I mean, game clock, 4 minutes.
Not a lot of time.
You don't have a lot of time. By the way, do you see that? You see that X-ray? Did you see that for just a moment? Big shout out to our observers and X-ray and the whole tournament system we have. It's so dang cool for Red Series. One thing it does flag is reds that are on the ground, like out in the open. And so if they've already been looted, one, that's a possibility. But two, some of these reds do just spawn naturally. I'm pretty sure I saw a red through the map. Keep an eye out for that. You'll see it in some of the x-rays. You'll see some loot on the ground. These two teams have seen each other, though, and that's much more important than an errant red. A kill, a single point. Also, 800k in Technic Alloy. A red, if it's 2 million, could be a single point. And only FaZe have pulled something nearly that valuable in this game, and they will all get out as well. A huge extract and a huge map from FaZe. Their score has quadrupled or more from what we saw on the leaderboard going into this round. A monster game, 6 kills. They had like 8 million some odd total assets gained on this map alone just from looting the bodies of their opponents, and then the key card and the ventilator that they found.
Nightmare. The only way that they're going to be finding their way out of this is if Equal can actually make something happen. He's on a giant flank right now, by the way. He's kind of off to the left on the 3rd level of these cells. It's going to be very, very hard. You can see Killzone's kind of laying off in the distance over there by the red room. And then Skies is, of course, going to be playing this bulletproof window. And this is the exact flank that I was talking about. Death and Lucas are waiting for Equal to try to make something happen. Skies has absolutely no idea that Equal is over here. He's going to be throwing the disc, and his position should be revealed on the back foot of this. It has to be on Equal making something happen, and actually, it's going to be an absolute all-out attack from the side of Nightmare. This 3v2 has kicked off, and take a look at this. Killzone finds Death, and Skies simultaneously finds Equal on the flank. They're going to be left with 2 members up, but this might have been a giant play to play distraction. Take a look at Lucas. The one holding the has absolutely legged it over to the backpack extract.
Yeah, once one of his buddies goes down and then the second one goes down instantaneously, Lucas said, uh-oh, gotta go. He's gonna get out of here, no problem. This is the no bag extract, so you just gotta drop your backpack and then swim down here and hold the position for like 10 seconds. Nice and easy for him. Oh my goodness. Oh, they knew where he was. You see him up there? Oh my goodness, they can't get to him in time. Almost does. Was that with a disc? Holy cow. What a wild engagement. SSG in a 2v3 take down 2 members of Nightmare and Sin the third running for the no bag extract. He does get out with the AWM. A couple things to note here, Vivid, as our map wraps up. Only 40 seconds. SSG gonna stay on the map and just stash up their safe boxes. There's sure a bunch of reds on the ground that I think most of our players missed because they're focused on the kills. But I think the key thing to remember is who has some of our big caliber snipers going into the next Mana Brick round. Nightmare has that AWM, but we also have a couple other teams that have picked up M82, an AWM in the last round. That was BTH that got that one. Like, there's a lot of high caliber weapons that could show up in this next round.
Yeah, it's just going to come down to when some of these teams actually go ahead and opt to bring it out. And the last few seconds remaining here on Tide Prison, we will soon be revealed exactly what we want. When are some of these teams kind of going to invest into those Mana Brick rounds? But for now, of course, with game number 3 over, it was all about the economy. And there was, of course, one team that won out in that regard. Without a doubt, Team FaZe absolutely dominated. They were able to pick up 2 teams almost simultaneously. And then they were able to just loot so much. Tide Prison, man, was a little bit slow at first. But after we kind of got out some of those early jitters, it went absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it's still a faster Tide Prison than we're used to seeing, frankly.
For sure.
It was slow towards the end because everybody was dead. It started like this. We had 2 teams down at the bottom, 2 teams at the top, and then 2 teams deciding who we wanted to third party. it looks like SSG were able to actually get the first blood, but then BTH it got kind of stuffed at the line after they lost one. Well, it looks like they may have burned themselves a little bit, but also Nightmare said, we want to third party this. We want to get really aggressive. Reminder, Nightmare had the eastern spawn, so they could have gone north, they could have gone south. They choose north. In the meantime, FaZe swims all the way around this engagement between Team NADESHOT and MW, who are kind of waiting for the first team to make the first mistake. FaZe says, we don't need mistakes. We're just going to open up the door like the Kool-Aid man and break both of you down and get 2 full team wipes. They do exactly that. They get 6 full kills. There's the final one. And they've also already found a key card worth 1.5 million at this point. So FaZe are having a day, and they're now alone, which allows them to fully extract, which we'll see a little bit later. So what's going on the other side? Nightmare are third partying up at SSG, and they actually take down a couple members of SSG while BTH finally get wiped. SSG was able to get one of those reses, but the third does not get back up. FaZe get the airdrop, and then FaZe get out Vivid. They get a bunch of details. They get a bunch of loot, and it does look like Nightmare, after winning out mostly in that engagement, yes, they had a little bit of troubles with the Warden, they get the and I thought Nightmare was going to be in a really good position until the final engagement.
Unfortunately, SSG looked like they were playing this absolutely perfectly, and I can't believe Skies actually won that. Now that we get the full POV there, he was so low. Taking a look at how those simultaneous 2 knocks kind of came in, but obviously for Nightmare, they kind of made it happen. You know, they kind of got out with the loot that they wanted to, and yeah, obviously when you do jump into the water, you can't shoot your gun, but the Utah was still landing on the Lucas. It was very, very close, but Nightmare do make it out with that SSG make it out with a bunch of kills and a bunch of loot. Obviously, they're still going to be towards the top of the leaderboard, but yeah, a crazy tied prison. And with that being said, Ghost, I just can't wait to get back to these Mandelbrick rounds.
Map 4, folks. It could be the last one, or it could be the beginning of several maps in a row of saying, will SSG win it right here? They're technically on match point, and our next map, we'll have a Mandelbrick. We are going to Space City, baby, and we're staying on Space City until we get to map 7, and maybe even then as well. We got another giveaway for you, though. Before we head to a very short break, go ahead and type in Mandelbrick, because it's coming up next, folks. Mandelbrick to enter into the giveaway. Our moderators will whisper you, or you'll get a whisper at some point so we can get your UID and get your rewards. We're giving away a bunch of Delta tickets. We're giving away some premium passes. Type in Mandelbrick to enter into the giveaway. We're going to be right back after a very short break with map number 4, which could be our last.
The enemy got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first hit to break up the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around, comes around.
Not going to do very much. When you get barrel stuff, Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
That knocked them off their feet.
There we go. There it is.
For some, success is measured by bodies in bags. Maybe that suits them. But to me, it's measured in hearts that keep beating. You with me?
We can't hold him off! Fall back! Move! I'll cover you! I'll get you out of here.
Time waits for no one. I was once lost in the fires of war, surrounded by ruin and fracture. Only in hindsight did I realize everything reaches its destined end. Every moment that has passed is a relic worth keeping.
Welcome back to the Time to Rise Showmatch here. Delta Force Rise Series 2 days away, and you can stop the spam because you're certainly entered into the giveaway, and our winners have been chosen. But folks, let's talk about the last round. Game 3, Tied Prison. We're seeing a lot of assets from our friend over at the FAZE clan. 14 million in total assets. Puts their total, reminder, you divide that by 2 million, that puts their total at 13 points. That is 7 plus 6, folks. That's how math works. That is a banger map 3. Again, one of the stronger Tied Prison maps from a single squad I've seen in a while.
Yeah, that was crazy. Usually it's very, very hard to kind of swim out to any of the extracts and extract safely. We've actually mentioned it multiple times today. It's very, very rare in any of the maps, no matter which one we are kind of playing, to see a full team kind of extract. We have seen it multiple times today, and that's why we were seeing such big swings kind of on the leaderboard. But a great effort, of course, from some of the other teams as well. See SSG, Nightmare kind of get into the mix with some of the kills there. Unfortunately, for the other 3 teams, zeros across the board in terms of kills. Let's take a look at the overall standings. Yes, Space Station Gaming are in first place. It has been very, very obvious if you've kind of tuned into the first 3 games, but I cannot lie, I did not think the gap was going to be this huge. 20 total kills right now for the side of SSG. 34 squad points, by the way, doubling that of FaZe Clan, who obviously just had an incredible game. What did they pick up? Like 13 points that game. So without a huge game like that, I mean, the gap would be even larger. But of course, Space Station Gaming with that mana brick in tow, they're going to be in first place and potentially ending the competition here early now that we're jumping back into our maps that feature the mana brick.
Okay, but, and this is a big but, Team NADESHOT, yes, they only have 5 points. If they get this next Mantle Brick, they will jump all the way up and tie Space Station Gaming with a Mantle Brick apiece. And of course, Space Station will be ahead in that tiebreaker based on points. However, for those that were around for a little while ago, not too long ago, frankly, the Team NADESHOT qualifier, what happened? Well, Team NADESHOT showed up super late to the party. BM is what they were called back then, and they won the whole qualifier once we moved to Space City, picking up a brick and then another brick and stealing away the win from the roster that's in first. It was not Space Station yet. It was Inc. back then. Space Station picked up this roster Inc., but Team NADESHOT beat them in the NADESHOT qualifier. So watch out. It is still anybody's game, and I know we're highlighting Team NADESHOT a lot today, but I also want to say the same about MW. Mad Win still have a good chance to win this competition, and that's what I love about this double mana brick format. We're going to be on Space City as we wrap up the course of today's competition, unless the team in last decides to go back to Brackish and tell everybody else to follow them there. And if we do that, we will have an airdrop as well. But let's talk about operators as we move into Space City. Vivid, you and I have casted a lot of Space City in our day, and we've both played a ton of it as well. Talk to me about operator comps. We know probably what we'll see. What's the meta right now?
Yeah, it's almost, you know, always revolving around a Tempest. Tempest just finds so much value on a map like Space City because her ult makes it very, very accessible to not only go ahead and contest the initial mana brick, but then, of course, you know, follow that up towards some of the decoding stations. Also, Luna is a very, very popular operator on this map. Her recon arrow just finds so much value because you're able to go ahead and shoot it outdoors, which is where a lot of the fighting is going to take place on a map like Space City, depending on, of course, where the decoding station does go. And then we do also kind of see Stinger or maybe like Toxic. Usually that third character is a little bit of a flex one. whatever that third member is kind of feeling in terms of the smokes. But yeah, pretty much almost exclusively going to be seeing some sort of combination of those. We do also see Allura obviously find a lot of value on this, which is why I was kind of questioning how much Allura we were kind of seeing in some of the early games. We're actually seeing down that column of Allura specifically, it looked like 4 or 5 of our total teams have actually played him at least one time, which is super surprising to me because, again, just the rocket in tow with some of those incendiary grenades just find so much value in terms of just the Mandel bricks in general, but especially on a map like Space City. But these teams know what they are doing. They have a formulaic plan kind of coming into things, and like you mentioned it, a Mandel brick on all of the remaining games throughout the course of today. Only one team can technically win the competition early as it currently stands. Space Station Gaming, they already have one mana brick. Let's take a look at the investment, and oh my gosh, it is all hands on deck for almost all of our teams. FaZe, decked out, all gold. Space Station Gaming, decked out, all gold. Nightmare, almost there. They've got a bunch of gold. You can see Death potentially having, you know, a purple helmet. Maybe one of his teammates kind of was able to bring him in a vest right there. And then BTH also absolutely decked out as well.
Yeah, to see 3 teams fully in gold for the very first Mandel brick round here on Space City is kind of a good nod to what we're about to see. One, we're about to see a lot of action. That's 3 teams that are going to get really aggressive because, yes, they have a lot to lose, but they have a lot to gain thinking they're going to have a pretty standard or significant, rather, advantage in these engagements. That gold tier armor is so much better than the purple tier armor, and so you've got an advantage. You've got to be able to utilize it. But looking at the spawns, we'll see the teams flying towards the Mandel brick spawn, while Team NADESHOT, they've got a spawn that is a little bit less desirable occasionally, but they do have an engagement that they could potentially at least throw some shots down towards another team, which is FaZe, trying to creep their way towards mid as well.
Take a look at the comps real quick on the left side of the screen. A bunch of Tempests are being featured. I do see a couple of teams without a Tempest. I think it was 2 total. Yeah, Team Nade and MW are not going to be having a Tempest. And we're going to be seeing that Tempest probably used very, very early on. Take a look at this absolute flood towards the center of the map. This is where the initial Mandel brick spawns on a map like Space City. Down there, it is very, very open. It's very, very hard to kind of pick that up, which is why we do see Tempest utilized so much on a map like this. You go ahead and pop the ultimate. You make that dash while your support player throws down some smoke, so that way you can actually get onto that. And then you take your ult back, and there you go. You have successfully gone ahead and picked up the mana brick. But Team FaZe, BTH, and Nightmare are the only 3 teams that currently surround that mana brick. And as it currently stands, the ultimates are not up just yet. It has not been enough time in this game just yet. You can kind of take a look at it. If you take a look at the bottom of your screen right now, equal. About 90% of the way there. So very, very soon, and I'm sure we're going to see things start to pop off.
That's a good shout. All of our Tempests may pop at nearly the exact same time and go sprinting for this mana brick. If you're new to Delta Force, you're probably like, well, why? Why is it so helpful? If you go down, if you get knocked while you're in the Tempest ult is what we call it, you can get crawled all the way back, and that's exactly what happens. Equal goes down. Look at this. Ropes all the way back and could even self-revive if they didn't have teammates right there to get the revive off for them. So it's really valuable. It looks like Killzall may actually get this, and that's exactly what happens. He grabs the brick, gonna take the ult back to safety, and now we sprint towards what will be a decoding station that they feel comfortable with, which is not one we see that often. They are running for the hills. They are not going to stick around some centrifuge or some of these positions on the map around mid-map. They don't feel very comfortable, and they do have bridge control. They're going all the way back to Test Workshop. We've only seen this, what, once in recent competitions? Maybe twice.
Yeah, super rare, but a great strategy. Killzall was actually in the center of the map all by his lonesome, while Too Easy and Skies kind of held down this bridge area. And take a look at this. It was very, very close. The timing from the team of Nightmare, they almost were able to kind of pick up some sight lines onto Killzall before he was able to successfully make the rotation. But he has made his way all the way to the decoding station without getting shot a singular time. And now only 4 minutes separates us and Space Station Gaming winning this competition as quick as they possibly can. For all of our 5 remaining teams, what is going to be the approach? Take a look at Nightmare. They're kind of investing over towards this building. Remember, there is going to be a zip line that gives them access to this bridge, but you can take a look. Too Easy is going to be currently poised up for a play like this. Is he going to be able to fend off 3 hungry and desperate members of Nightmare?
A big moment for everyone. Mandelbrick is down, and it is game, set, and match. Space Station Gaming get it. But yes, Farmer Lucas does have that in hand. AWM extremely strong. One well-placed shot. Body goes down, and Nightmare can swing on this bridge. What a smart play from Space Station Gaming. Killzalt goes in a little bit late. A couple of the players that went first get nearly eliminated or pulled back. He goes in by himself while his teammates hold bridge. They know for a fact this decoding station is free, and so they plant it there. And now everybody is skirting around the edges of the map to try to make their way to Test Workshop. And they will be caught in transition. Loud finds the first angle. Shots go back, but the second, Pildor up close and personal and doesn't shoot his gun fast enough. Crisp picking up Pildor, fully eliminated. Team NADESHOT in a bad situation, turn that bad situation into potentially a full team wipe. Crisp is going huge. He said, I'll do it myself. Whoa. You want to go to flank me? He also shoots near perfectly where the third is at. Crisp is locked in right now. He's got more to prove. He wants to play some more. And I think MW know it. Mad Win go running for the hills. Those bodies going to stay on the ground. And as much as that was impressive, and we will see Smile get picked back up by Slept. Crest goes huge, but Crisp and the team have to swing back for the Mana Brick. And so do we, because Equal Plays and Too Easy are getting really aggressive over on the Mana Brick position. Team NADESHOT are going to have to join the party here a little bit later.
Yeah, Nightmare finally found the pick that they were kind of looking for. And take a look at this. They're going to be stalled out, though. They're going to be getting knocked by some of the bots.
No way.
But Equal tries to get aggressive. He goes ahead and pops the Tempest All, and he gets the full kill onto Too Easy. And on the back foot of all of the action kind of happening, FaZe starts to join the mix. They get the flank. Skies goes down, and SSG in all of its entirety go down. They're going to be wiped from the map. And remember that rule that Ghost talked about so long ago, because SSG, the team decoding, have been fully eliminating. The decoding has absolutely been paused. The timer has been stopped, but not many seconds go by before FaZe jump right on the decoding station, and now we finally have a different team that has control of the Mandelbrick.
And the only team within a country mile is Nightmare, and they were able to get their res. What a wild series of events. It felt like maybe SSG like overextended on an engagement trying to get a wipe or a full on Nightmare. And then they get cut down by a couple of the other teams rotating in. I mean, FaZe find a great angle yet again. You know, I think in the past, we've watched a couple of these show matches, and FaZe has been a part of several of them. And the biggest criticism we've given them is that they're too late to the party. It is oftentimes a good thing to show up late, but not too late. You got to be just perfectly late enough to pick up some thirds. And look at this. They're even not only getting the decode with the steal and the third party on SSG, but they actually find first blood here on Nightmare. They just catch SSG unaware. SSG was focused on Nightmare. They come in just the perfect amount late to get the third party kill, and now in control of the brick. Still got a lot that they have to do on the map though, Vivid. I think 2 minutes is deceiving. That is a lifetime in Delta Force, especially if a team can rotate around the other side of Test Workshop and be able to play kind of with Nightmare. I'm not seeing anybody right now that's doing that. And I'd be curious to see where maybe Team NADESHOT's trying to rotate to, because 2 minutes is a long time, but not if you're slow creeping around corners.
Yeah, it looks like Team NADESHOT. Remember, they were in that early engagement over towards Hudson with MW.
Yeah.
Those reses have finally done out, so Team NADESHOT is potentially going to join the fray very, very soon. But that would leave them kind of flanking Team Nightmare, which would kind of halt both of the progression from both of these teams, which would be music to the ears of a team like FaZe, who are only interested in one thing, and that's defending the Mana Brick. If two teams are kind of fighting over one of the biggest rotation points for the Mana Brick, that's going to be great. And take a look at this. Yeah, Equal was trying to make a play towards the coding station, but Team NADESHOT go ahead and deny access to it. And on the other side of things, there's going to be a knock from the side of FaZe all the way on to BTH, who are going to be over by the Eastern Suspension Bridge. So both of these angles, both of these approach angles towards the decoding station are actually being shut down. One side by FaZe and the other one by Team NADESHOT. Team NADESHOT is kind of helping Team FaZe right now, but finally Team Nightmare, they kind of get aggressive. They finally make their way all the way over to exactly where they want to be. They're in the mix, and this is going to be a straight up 3v3 for the brick.
3v3 for the brick, and then BTH are going to be late to the party. We'll see how late. FaZe lose one. Equal getting extremely aggressive on the Tempest. Dive rolling forward and having his way with 2/3 of the members of FaZe. Dio's going to have to dive down and dodge and hopefully heal back up, which he's able to do.
30 seconds.
And now he's got to figure out where the heck do I go from here. I just need to stay alive. Somebody on FaZe has to stay up so that they get this brick. And here comes BTH. I did the hair too late. There's not enough time to get to the brick. It's got to be a full wipe, and it's going to be Team NADESHOT on the backside. Smile finds Dio. It's one player from FaZe alive, and he's just got to stay alive. He is proned out, hiding in the corner, praying that nobody steals it. But yes, Nightmare, with no one around, Equal is able to just stand on the brick and say, well, I guess nobody's going to fight us for this. 8 seconds. FaZe almost get away with murder. And Snows, unfortunately, is about to get murdered himself by either Team NADESHOT or BTH. FaZe in deep trouble.
You talked about timings right there. That was very, very close. But all of our teams have finally joined the mix. Take a look at the left side of your screen. SSG fully wiped out. We know that information is kind of in. FaZe left onto a soul. That's going to be Snows trying to make something happen in the tunnel just beneath the bridge. MW also fully wiped out. Outside of that, we got Team NADESHOT, a full 3-man roster still left alive. BTH, full 3, and Nightmare. After going ahead and picking up the steal onto the mana brick. Remember, they actually lost Lucas in all of those exchanges. They were able to go ahead and pick up the res, so they're going to be healthy as well. 2 minutes now for one of the teams outside of Nightmare to try to go ahead and defend this. And take a look at this. A lot of trust was just kind of showcased right there. Lucas seemingly hands off the to Equal right now. This is who Team Nightmare wants to defend this mana brick with the strongest weapon in the game.
Yeah, look, I can talk about Equal Plays till the cows come home, and I don't think the cows are coming home anytime soon, because Equal Plays is a veteran in the operation scene. I've been casting over this guy for literally 2 years, since like Alpha. He's been terrorizing show matches, and well, BTH, if you haven't forgotten, they did pick up a nom of their own, and they're hitting their shots as well. Unfortunately, nobody's going to be standing up quickly from that one, so Nightmare down to a duo. Trying to figure out how do we hold off the onslaught of what BTH is about to bring at us. It could potentially be an shot back, or could be maybe Death connecting with some bullets, but not a ton of damage and some utility thrown. Death under a lot of pressure right now, behest of himself and even his opponents, but it does look like Lucas found the right angle. Nice find. And we are able to pick ourselves back up. Equal had popped the ult in time, so he's up on his feet. Nightmare fully engaged as Team NADESHOT also come in for the third party, though. They've got more things to worry about than just BTH.
Yeah, but currently, as it stands, right, they're getting into the action. They take out 2T, but it is not actually the member that they wanted to find. Obviously, they can't pick and choose right now, but Team Nightmare are still a full 3-man roster. You can see the wipes kind of coming in onto the team of BTH, but Team Nightmare is doing so well at defending the brick. They take out Smile, who was on approach to that Mando brick itself. Slept is trying to make something happen. He's trying to crawl into the bushes, but there's only 15 seconds remaining. You can take a look at that. Lucas is jumping on the Mando brick, but so is Slept. He's trying to jump on. He's trying to make something happen. He's trying to find the shots, but with only 5 seconds remaining, and Nightmare swarming the mana brick. Yeah, they're going to lose a couple of members in the mix, but the timer hits 0, and Team Nightmare are able to pick up the second mana brick in our first iteration of Space City.
It was a great effort by Team NADESHOT. They come into the backside, they pick up a couple kills, but there's just too much chaos. And frankly, Nightmare was just too healthy. They picked up BTH on a push, and the rest of the BTH members, they are way back on the backside. I mean, they're not even engaging in this fight because Lucas was holding them off over by the decoding station. I'm surprised. I think Team NADESHOT was hoping there was going to be a bit more chaos, but Nightmare was just staring at Team NADESHOT. Whenever they peeked their heads through the smoke, they got fried, and so they had to back off. And now it looks like Slep's just going to try to be a hero, get really aggressive here, land some util, and unfortunately peaks at the wrong time. Team NADESHOT down. Nightmare still standing tall with a duo left on the map. Death currently bleeding out on yellow timer, but they get the brick. Everything else is just cherry on top right now.
So well played. I mean, so many knocks actually found their way towards this specific team as well. But every single time they were able to recover, I mean, even got knocked by a bot by one of the scavs at one point, and they were still able to kind of recover. But taking a look at the aftermath of all of the chaos, remember FaZe kind of had that secondary control over the mana brick. They looked like they were going to be the ones to kind of win things out. And Snows is like, man, we were like 5 seconds away. I stayed alive. But they were able to kind of steal it away. Snows trying to get into the mix. I don't think he has any idea that BTH is right here. And yeah, into the absolutely well and opening arms of the team of BTH, who were kind of just sitting back towards the backpack extract, playing a little bit quietly. But man, Team Nightmare, they got to be feeling good about that one. And there's still exchanges kind of happening. Tutti finds another knock with the arm. He's trying to go ahead and find the last remaining member of Nightmare, who's going to be Lucas. Can he 1v3?
If Lucas 1v3s, his eye will be blown away. Well, there's the start. Good thing I didn't say anything too crazy of what would happen if Lucas 1v3s, but now in deep trouble in a 1v2 and half health in a dream right now. Needs to hit the craziest clip of all time. He does confirm the kill. That is a very important one to confirm because of the points and also the loot value, but he does finally get cut down. Nice pickup. We'll take that trade, given how it went down. The fight was going to be very difficult regardless. BTH, the last team on the map with 3 minutes remaining. They're just going to walk around, stuff their safe boxes. Quick reminder, we kind of quickly went through some of the rule sets, and loot value does matter. Again, you're looking for 2 million in just terms of loot value that you're bringing out. That is not what you brought in. That would give you that point. But also, we briefly mentioned dog tags and why they're important. As we get into these later rounds, you'll see them. See that dog tag right there. If he can fit it into his bag and extract, that'd be worthwhile doing. Now, it looks like his ammo probably a bit more expensive than the dog tags, but only just barely because of the ammo he's bringing in. These dog tags, I believe in the later rounds, are up to 150k a piece. For a one-slot item, that is great. That's some low-value gold items out there on the map that you know and love, so definitely worthwhile if you can fit them. Late game, though, safe box is oftentimes packed with gear that is extremely expensive, like those red premium vest repairs and ammo, etc. So we'll see. They decide to loot and what they decide to keep. I don't know how much they'll be able to actually take out of this lobby here, Vivid, but we'll get what we can.
Yeah, it's pretty much just going to come down to, you know, making sure one member is absolutely stacked.
There's the tag.
I think there should be a second somewhere. It would be interesting to see if they put 2 onto one member. I'm kind of taking a look at the ammo count. I do see that Kaha here does have 2 shots in the so technically speaking, you could potentially go ahead and spread the ammo across 2 different members going into the next game and try to diversify some of the loadouts there and potentially have 2 kind of points of attack. But
true.
Obviously, they're going to send 1 member out here for the side of BTH towards that backpack extract, and that's pretty much all they can technically do. But hey, listen, Space City was pretty crazy. We thought SSG at the start of this thing were going to win it early. They had so much control. But after all the dust settles, man, Nightmare come out on top.
They come out on top, being the last in the lobby and a couple kills, but BTH rather. Nightmare definitely come out on top because of the mana brick. Great effort from everybody. And you can see the total score too. This is pre-calculated beforehand. I mean, SSG still have a commanding lead on the leaderboard, so they will be taking the tie over Nightmare. But still, the tie, it does look like there's 7 shots there for that so that's solid for BTH. They did loot the rest of the ammo, I think, if they did find any. There's a couple nuances with Rise Series rule sets and the way it plays that's different than pubs, and one of those is that you can't put the AWM ammo in your safe box, actually. So it better be in your gun or it is going to be in your bag, which can be looted. So seeing 7 bullets, you can only get 5 from the airdrops of the supply missions you can do on Tide Prison. So there's a little bit of math for you all at home of how they got that ammo, but that is a wrap on map number 4. Delta Force Esports is so dang fun, and it goes from fast-paced, pedal to the metal, to organizing your loot, just like the public lobby games, man. It's awesome. I love it. It really does feel like what we play at home, except just way better than me. And that's what I love about the Pro Series. But Vivid, I mean, I think when we look back on map 4, what we saw on the map, I see a very calm, cool, and collected and pristine looking Nightmare. These guys made a tough play look fairly easy. You got to remember how this all started, right? Equal Plays goes for the brick first. Killzall plays this extremely smart. He's the only player from SSG looking at this brick, and he's able to hold the line, see the angle on equal plays through the smoke, and pick him up. After he's taken him down, what does he do? He sprints for the brick, uses that Tempest ult to get back into cover, and then they take it all the way back to what we thought could have been the end of this competition over here at Test Workshop, because they had full control over the bridge. Usually that nets you so much value in these fights. In the meantime, not near the brick, working their way this direction, because they spawned almost on the, actually, literally the opposite side of the map. Team NADESHOT had to traverse the entire map to get here. They do take down 2/3 of the members of MW, so we thought SSG may have this in the bag because Team NADESHOT was going to flank Nightmare, but no, FAZE get into the mix. They pick up a third party on SSG. SSG go down early, and that opens up the mana brick for a steal because that timer pauses. FAZE gets the mana brick, they get the code, but then Nightmare make an extremely aggressive play out in the open, and it pays off. They're able to wipe most of the members of FAZE, and then with a little bit of help of Team NADESHOT getting into the mix, they get the steal. So now Nightmare in complete control, and they're actually able to keep their bodies up, playing around the backside of this van and just play steal defense. And aside from an errant AWM shot, they really did a great job of defending this mana brick here, Vivid.
I mean, obviously, you know, defending the mana brick, but just so many times defending their team as a whole. Like, we could kind of see in some of those highlights how many times the Nightmare team in total actually kind of got knocked down, but they were able to kind of reset entirely throughout. And then we kind of know what happened towards the end of this. I mean, the Alm was able to find just a little bit more value, kind of finding its way towards an unsuspecting equal right there, but not before Lucas kind of had his way with Tootie on the way out, kind of got that kill, +1 right there on the leaderboard, but a lot of loot in terms of what Kaha was able to go ahead and pick up. A crazy game, BTAGA. You guys might have gotten out with a lot of loot, but Nightmare, they got out with a mana brick, and they're going to be feeling very, very good about that.
Nightmare with a mana brick, SSG with a mana brick. It could all end here in game number 5 in just a little while. We know that SSG are winning that tiebreaker currently, but if a team gets 2 mana bricks, they win the competition right then and there, folks. We've got maybe one more map or maybe a couple still in today's competition, one of our last scrims before the Rise series kicks off. You're not going to miss it in just a couple days, but I do have another giveaway just for you being here watching our show match and our scrims. Here it is. Oh, W Delta Force. I like this giveaway code. Put the space into the chat though, okay? I don't want to see what Delta Force. I want to see W Delta Force. Rise series is here. I'm so excited about the investment into the esports side here with operations and Rise series. Big W Delta Force to enter into our giveaway. You'll enter into a giveaway to potentially earn, I think it's 2,500 Delta tickets, by the way, which is a ton, as well as maybe a premium pass. So keep your eyes out, type that in the chat. Your winners will be chosen. We will whisper you through Twitch whispers, so make sure that you've got your whispers open through the settings. And if you don't get your whisper today, there's a chance you will get it a little bit later in the week or early next week. All right, we're going to take a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, maybe the last map of the day, maybe a couple more. Don't go anywhere.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority, protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Welcome back. Time to Rise Showmatch is number 3 of these show matches. We've done the last scrims before the Rise series kicks off in a couple days' time, and we just finished game 4. Vivid NTMR Nightmare pick up the brick. They pick up 6 kills. They pick up 7 total points. And they're going to be looking pretty good on this leaderboard up at the top with SSG. But Team NADESHOT did pick up a total of 5 kills, which is a nice boon for them. They'll jump up as well. But it's all about the mantle bricks, baby.
Yeah, absolutely. I love to see some teams sort of come alive, right? Like Team NADESHOT obviously pick up 5 kills, the second most. Ken, you have mentioned it. I have mentioned it. It looks so good sometimes for some of our teams when they take that early mana brick lead because you're like, oh man, they just need one more. But actually getting that second one has just proven to be so difficult time and time again, which is why it's like, yeah, we could end here in game number 4. But so many times, I'm telling you guys from experience, myself and Goes, we go the distance all the way to game 7, sometimes game 6, a lot, which means that some of these teams make giant comebacks, and starting to see teams like Team NADESHOT warm up gives me a slight glimmer of hope. Unfortunately for Space Station Gaming, they played the early game of game number 4 extremely well. But for the first time today, we're actually going to be seeing them at the bottom of the leaderboard and not at the top. That's going to be a big loss because remember, we saw how much they actually invested in terms of gear. They had to buy all that, man. So losing all that gear, we're going to get a minus 4.5 million. Of course, they're still going to be doing pretty well in terms of economy. We'll take a look at this. The overall leaderboard, Space Station Gaming and Nightmare are 2 teams with mana bricks, right? Remember, a mana brick is the highest value metric on this leaderboard. If you have a mana brick, that is what is most valuable. But because we have 2 teams with mana bricks, or, you know, if we end up with 3 or 4 or whatever it may be, the tiebreaker there is going to be squad points. That's when that comes in. A quick reminder, squad points is going to be the accumulation of kills and your asset points. Asset points basically equals every 2 million asset value you have been able to pick up through the course of the competition so far. So with Space Station Gaming having 32 total squad points, they kind of win out that tiebreaker against Nightmare, who only have 20 squad points. And kind of taking a look at our teams without a mana brick, FaZe Clan, man, again, just on the back foot of how well they kind of played on Tide Prison, that big game, they still have 19 points. And Goes, they were 5 seconds away, by the way, from being the team in second place.
I know. I've been really impressed with FaZe this competition. I think they needed a bit of redemption from the last couple scrims and show matches. And this is, you know, namely America's region too, which makes it a lot more feasible to be able to play against everybody, right? We had kind of a mixed regional bag with people playing on higher paying. This time around, most everybody's on America's region. So I think this is a really tough competition, and it's showing us how good the America's region will be in just 2 days' time for the Rise series. So big shout out to FaZe. They've been balling out today. But as we jump into Space City again, and we will see Space City a couple more times. Map number 5 here, Vivid. I mean, I think it's worth bringing up the idea around spawns. It's worth bringing up of, hey, we saw SSG not have a tier 1 spawn, sneak their way all over and get the mana brick first with Tempest. Talk to me about operators. What are you seeing on this list? Any big hits, maybe some misses that people won't have going into this map, or all the same?
Yeah, we obviously saw a bunch of our teams kind of invest the Tempest picks right there, which is where this starts to get scary because, you know, you're picking some of those comfort picks. You're picking around the strategy that you want to impose on a map like Space City, but you can only do it 2 times back to back. So if this next Space City doesn't necessarily go your way, then we're going to be put in kind of like awkward second string comps for some of our teams, which they might feel a little bit less comfortable on. But yeah, still pretty much across the board, we're not seeing many operators kind of grayed out. Like obviously, yeah, we have Nox and Diwa for some of our teams, but they're not going to be a large portion, or at least the large like center, the foundation of a lot of these comps, which is why we see them invested earlier on in some of those early games. So all of our teams still pretty healthy in what they want to actually kind of bring into things. And yeah, it'll be great to see where some of our teams spawn. As a quick note, obviously some of the spawns in competitive Delta Force do have a little bit of an advantage because they do just naturally spawn closer to the access to the mana brick. As a quick note, there are 3 tiers of spawns when it comes down to Delta Force competitive.
That's true.
And we'll have to see how that goes for some of our teams.
That's exactly right. Well, folks, as you can see on your screen right now, the Rise series, we've been hyping it up. This is the last scrim before the main competition. 2 days time. Friday morning, if you're here in the Central Time Zone, will be when the EMEA region for the Delta Force Rise series kicks off. And then we'll have Americas a little bit later that day. We'll have both regions playing the same day. They'll play Friday, Saturday, Sunday this weekend, and many more weekends to come. Let's take a look, though, at our loadouts. What are these players loading in with? What are they going to be playing with? And it looks like a lot of the same. We're still seeing a lot of Toxic, a lot of Tempest, and a lot of Luna. One thing I am definitely seeing is over on Team NADESHOT side, missing a bit of gear. I am assuming that Crisp is bringing in some guns for the teammates. Maybe cook something up because they had a bunch of extra value compared to the teammates. Only a couple players, getting that value. You got to remember, Vivid, with the way the loot works in this game, if you're the one getting the kills, you're going to have the most technic alloy. So let's take a look at Team NADESHOT. They have not slowed down. They've dropped their weapons for their teammates, and they are flying towards the center of the map with SSG getting a tier 1 spawn and MW coming across the bridge, getting really aggressive to play around mid-map. We'll have a 3-team bang out here in mid, and there looks like we do have an engagement on the top side of the map between Nightmare and BTH.
Yeah, you might see early value found from this from the side of Nightmare. Oh no, sorry, not the the Barrett here. The Nightmare kind of investing that in terms of gear. Take a look at their comp though, right? Toxic, Raptor, and Aluru. And oh my gosh, man, blinking, I might miss it. Team SSG, they're the first team to the mana brick once again. Man, I thought Team NADESHOT were actually going to be the team that had early access to this one because, again, they were kind of right there going up against SSG with both of the teams kind of getting that T1 spawn closest to the mana brick. So we'll have to see what Team SSG opt to go ahead and do this time. Obviously, a little bit of a different situation. They're not going to have early access to that bridge towards the southern side of the map. So what do? They go ahead and opt to go for this decoding station that is in between Buoyancy and Centrifuge.
It's a decoding station that if you've watched any esports competition scrims or otherwise, you've seen a ton of times, but MW open up the door and they say, is anybody out there? And Team NADESHOT says, yes, sir, we are right here. And a couple bullets land for both parties, but nothing significant. Team NADESHOT are going to be able to back up and play together as a unit. I am surprised. I think the two teams were surprised to see each other so close, and they just jump scared each other and whiffed or couldn't land the shots. Here's FAZE, though. Traditionally been a team that loves to play these flanks and show up again a little late to the party, but today and most of this competition actually been right on time for what we need them to be. They need to be pinching here through ramp, which this is one of the win cons of this decoding station. You have to be able to hold ramp if you're SSG, so you still have power on this side of the map. If you lose ramp here, you're kind of going to be stuck in this alleyway or stuck indoors. And it's much easier for teams to kind of sandwich you in this, I call it the hallway, the alleyway between Centrifuge and Buoyancy. So if you hold ramp, you got a lot more breathing room. You've got a lot more map you can play on. And they're just holding everything right now. I thought NADESHOT's team was maybe going to go through mid and come out where Looks like one member of SSG is holding right over there by the boxes. But instead, they're going to go low. Probably going to engage with FaZe. That is best case scenario for SSG. So the big question in my mind is who's going to come in from the north side? Will we see Nightmare come in from the north side and BTH? Will one team play slow? Some bullets exchange, some fire shot, it looks like from SSG. And no, from the backside. This is what I was scared of. This is great news for SSG.
Yeah, Chris, getting a little bit caught out of position right there. Some shots are actually going to be finding its way towards Slept as well. But oh my gosh, that was SSG firing on to Team NADESHOT. And Smile returns the favor, says, hey, Killsaw, hold this, man. Hits a shot. That's going to be a headshot. And that's going to be putting Team SSG a little bit out of commission for quite some time. But obviously, some of our other teams don't have that full-on information. So SSG, they're probably going to be fine. But take a look at this. Only a minute and 20 seconds before Team SSG are able to pick up their second brick. And unfortunately for Chris, because of the position that he was knocked in, Smile and Slept have nothing that they can do about that one. They're going to try to go ahead and work towards them, but whatever some of our other teams going to do in terms of working towards this mana break too easy, and the rest of SSG are trying to hold off Team Nightmare, but all they have to do is hold this choke point at the bottom of the staircase, and that might be enough.
MW is finding fuel off screen. They're picking up almost 2 million in loot value. It literally does not matter. The game is over in 48 seconds if SSG hold, and they're doing just that. Lucas goes down. SSG on a tear. Picking up yellow timer on Lucas means Nightmare is crippled for this engagement, while Nade's team is fighting for their lives against multiple different rosters at the same time. Unfortunately, BTH, FaZe, both looking at Team NADESHOT, and SSG as well originally puts Team NADESHOT in a tough position, while off screen, equal plays is answering back on SSG. It's Nightmare, it's SSG, but it's FaZe stealing the mana brick decode in the same moment. We have to pay attention to Slept, because if Team NADESHOT goes down here, they're out of this map. Both teammates gone, but FaZe has stolen the mana brick. The timer reset. In the chaos of Nightmare and SSG fighting, FaZe grab a steal, and they use the Tempest ult to back way down the ramp. And now MW's here to play as well. This is a 4-team bang out around the decoding station as expected. We'll see if the solo from Nade can get out alive, but we got to pay attention to some of the fights here.
Worst case scenario for SSG, by the way. Remember that engagement kind of came in between Nightmare and SSG. And take a look at this. MW, as soon as they join the fray, they're able to take out the second member of SSG. Skies and Killsaw are both down. And now Too Easy is left as a solo, but he finds the first one.
No way.
Hold up. We have seen him hit some crazy shots, make some crazy plays throughout the day today. Can he kind of continue on? MW are trying to go ahead and reset, but the nade might potentially land and play spoiler. He's going to jump through the smoke.
Oh.
No, he actually opts to go ahead and jump down and take a different approach to this thing. But remember, amongst all the chaos between Nightmare, SSG, and MW going at it, FaZe, they got to be feeling pretty good, pretty comfortable. They're sitting on the decoding station, and 2 minutes before that one is all theirs.
Yeah, once it got reset to, Nightmare absconded. I mean, they ran for the hills. They're taking a super wide wrap to come up ramp potentially and replay for brick. They didn't like their position inside. Felt like they couldn't get up the stairs even amidst the chaos, and so they've wrapped all the way back outside. Watch them coming up ramp here and see if they, once they peek a couple times, don't see anybody, they're gonna be like, all right, boys, let's move. There's nobody watching ramp. This is such a free creep here for Nightmare. This is going to put them in a much stronger position. If anybody else looks at FaZe, Nightmare strikes. SSG gone. They got him.
Yep. Too Easy going to be stepped out right there, but so is Nightmare on the backside of this. FaZe are going to be going into this one. Full-on attack. Head first for the side of FaZe. A giant mistake. And yeah, it's going to be one of the Tempests that's going to be knocked, but Nightmare with no Tempest to go ahead and jump on the brick. They take this opportunity to send Equal to do just that. That's going to be on the back for the Alua, but take a look at this. MW are joining the fray once more. Again, they find the flank. They find the third party to join the mix at the perfect time. And now FaZe are going to be on the receiving end of this one. They have only one member left remaining. It's actually going to be a Tempest laying on the ground who isn't going to be enacting that res on an ultimate because obviously there would be a giant sound cue, but that is going to be both SSG and FAZE wiped off the map. But oh my gosh, how did BTH just kind of walk up the ramp to an unsuspecting Lucas? A giant mistake now from the team of Nightmare. Death to kind of try to go ahead and hold the angle. Yeah, he's got the head glitch, but take a look at this. The disarm is going to land. Can any more utility go ahead and flush out Death and the remaining members of Nightmare?
2 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time with 3 teams right here. Team NADESHOT still a solo. Potentially the hero that Team NADESHOT needs to get into the mix and maybe play fourth party to this fight. A trading of blows between all 3 teams. BTH, the only one still technically standing with all 3 remaining members up, but MW immediately sticked the res and immediately picked him back up. Death on yellow timer, and now Nightmare out. Equal plays the heroics, unfortunately gone because who's here? The solo. Team NADESHOT ruining Nightmare's chances in this one. The timer paused. And the solo from Team NADESHOT have reset the fight. 2.5 minutes is our new timer. If it gets stolen again, it'll go to 2. And again, 90 seconds, and that's the minimum. Plenty of time on game clock, Vivid, but only 3 teams remaining, one of which is a solo.
You mentioned it. Ramp is all that matters. How many times do we see a team leave the fray and just wrap back around up this ramp? How many teams do we see approach up this ramp directly? And every single time they came out the winners. But BTH were the ones to do it last. Now they have full control over the brick. And with only MW, yeah, I mean, they're going to be a full 3-man roster, but they kind of are going to be forced to make something happen in a solo on the other side of things. This looks very, very good for the side of BTH.
Yeah, it does. And remember, they're running that M82. Where did they get that? They got it in the first map or second map. Yeah, it was Brackish. They were the team that didn't show up to the Mandelbrick fight. They were the team that didn't show up to Museum. Everybody else did. They were looting, and it may have paid off. This is why eco rounds are so important. Hitting these snipes, opening up these engagements with the first blood changes the course of these competitions. MW, not feeling like they're in a hurry, are going to loot, which, you know what? More power to them, but 60 seconds may feel like a lifetime when we're sitting here watching and counting every breath. But on the map, you blink, and you're just too late. MW got to make a move here. The question is where? M82 in hand. Do you peek the door and get domed? Or can you smoke and run? Toxic ult and pray that you're going to get to the brick. Stalker knows that they're making a push for it. All the util lands on it, and he's looking to barrel stuff his opponent right through the smoke, and that's exactly what happens. Perfect read from Stalker. Perfect pickup. Tempest ult was on CV. He called it, picks him up in transition, and now we're getting mixy. BTH lose 1 from, looks like Toot going down from the far side. BTH down to a duo against a team of 3, but only 20 seconds on the clock. Got to make a move.
Yeah, it looks like Rapid's actually going to jump on the mana brick itself. I think it's going to go ahead and get the decode, and he does just that. And now Kaha tries to make something happen, but Rapid, after going ahead and picking up the mana brick, also takes out Stalker. That's going to be a full wipe. MW, they fully wipe BTH after the initial play fails. Their Tempest goes down, and they still make it work. And now, as all of the dust settles, they are the only full 3-man team remaining and waiting in the wings, trying to see if he can kind of play spoiler to one of these teams. Slept, potentially missing his timing, missing his opportunity, because unfortunately for him, amongst all the chaos, somehow MW, they remain healthy. Ideally, he would have wanted some trades to happen. He would have wanted some knocks to kind of happen so he could potentially get a 1v1, a 1v2. But take a look at this. Add insult to injury. The Luna Dart comes in. He's going to be getting scanned. And I feel like as MW kind of hear the fleeting footsteps, that's going to be a giant signal flare to them. Hey, I don't feel like we are pretty much under any sort of contention when it comes down to this decoding station with a member running away and only 1 set of footsteps. I think we're up against a small team here.
No
MW,
way.
They do it. How do they do it?
MW is at the bottom of the leaderboard, and they just leapfrogged up to potentially second place if they get this brick. And if not second, very close to it. You can see the total score there on the left, but still some map to play. They could still potentially get out as well if they get this. Slept hoping for a mistake. He's not going to get it. MW don't need to move from this position. I think the only play that Team NADESHOT could have made here was Slept is pray that you don't get scanned and just sneak your way there and catch him by surprise. And this is brutal to watch because there's just nothing you could do against a full team of 3. And right now, all he's trying to do is maybe get a kill, and that's not even going to happen. Shot in the back, a 1v3 in Delta Force and pubs is difficult enough. In Pro League, nearly impossible. MW. Mad win indeed, gentlemen. Map number 5 goes their way. They get the brick. They should be able to get out as well. This is a gigantic map for them. You see their total score tick up because they get the brick. And I think they're going to get this extract just in the nick of time as well, Vivid. What a turn of events. It always feels like such a one-sided competition, and then everything gets flipped on its head. We're going to game 6.
I guess they felt confident. I guess they were not worried at all with the amount of time left. I mean, there was literally a minute left on that decoding station, and you called it out. You were looting safes, man. I was like, that's got to be a mistake, right? I mean, surely you want all the time you possibly can to go ahead and make that 3v3 happen, and doesn't matter. Safe or no safe, a minute or less. Even with their Tempest going down, I mean, they were left in a 2v3 for like 10 seconds while their Tempest went ahead and revived themselves, and they still made it work. They found the opening pick, and they go ahead and win out the 3v3 up against BTH. Man, this is a crazy one because the decoding station, by the way, had 5 of our 6 teams throughout the course of that have control over it. I mean, what, we opened up with SSG initially, and then they were getting fought, so FAZE kind of joined the mix, and then unfortunately they left and kind of get into the mix of things, and then Nightmare kind of joined the fray. And BTH were like, oh my gosh, look, we have the mana brick. But obviously we're going to see in the full result here with MW kind of coming out on top. Just good stuff, man. Well timed. And they were that spoiler, right? How many times were they the third party to some of those fights? Just in that centrifuge building alone. So well played.
Yeah. Again, sometimes it pays to be a little late to the party, and they were, but they played inside a building the entire time and ruined BTH's chances there. Once they smelled blood in the water, they just full sent it, and they're getting so much loot value. These dog tags are officially up to 150k now. Gold tags, you saw them on your screen there. Couple of those, a bunch of loot. I mean, everybody's kits they're bringing in are millions, and they're able to loot every single one of these boxes. You can see their score just continually tick up and up and up and up. Also, if you've got a keen eye and not on mobile, you can look at the top left-hand corner by the mini-map. Again, I love our esports overlay. And a minute and 36 seconds on the extract that they were able to pull those levers literally just in the nick of time. What is that? A 10-second separation between this extraction that they've pulled and the overall game clock. So they should get out of the map. They should get all the loot. They should be good to go.
We keep talking about it. There is always room left in these competitions for any one of our teams to come back. Even going to the next game, it is still possible for any one of our teams to go ahead and pick up 2 total mana bricks. And I mean, even if we end the day with no team picking up 2 mana bricks, it's still possible to pick up 1 mana brick and pick up enough squad points to triumph a team like SSG. And we're kind of seeing it here in game number 5. How strong throughout the day a team like SSG and Nightmare have kind of looked. I mean, like FaZe has kind of been joining the mix a lot of the time. All 6 of our teams have looked so good. We're using the mana brick as a metric here. It's great to see another team kind of join the mix, kind of make all of our other teams feel pressured when it comes down to who exactly is controlling that mana brick when we go into our last 2 remaining games. We're already through game number 5 here. MW with the momentum on their side after a great Space City. They pick up the mana brick, and be careful, Piltor, man.
Dude,
there may not be any players on the map, but these scavs are scary on Space City. All right, he's gonna be backed up by his teammate there. MW Space City was all about them in game number 5 here.
Nice win from MW. A mad win indeed. Team name is apt in map number 5. Map number 6 may be a totally different story. We're going to be heading back to Space City, but who will take home the next mana brick? 3 different mana bricks played. 3 different teams picking up those mana bricks, and therefore we'll go down to our tiebreaker, which is the total points. Should still see SSG at the top, but it is very close, Vivid. We'll take a look back on the replays, and then we'll see that leaderboard after the break. But in the replays, things started with, yet again, SSG starting us off. They get the mana brick immediately, they go plant it immediately, and they're in the power position. But it was actually Team NADESHOT that made them think twice about some of these angles they were holding. Once that happened, they're having to fight on 3 different fronts, and as they split, divide, and conquer, and then come back, they've lost a couple members. They're able to get the revives. They're able to use the Tempest ults to get themselves back up on their feet. So we swing over to Team NADESHOT, who unfortunately we're in a blender just because of bad timing. They go for an early play towards the mana brick, but they get actually cut down by FAZE on the flank, and then the opposite side from BTH. So they're in the blender. So we go inside SSG, fighting for their lives, with MW showing up to the party perfectly on time to pick up all remaining members of SSG. So now it's a reset. FAZE were able to steal the brick. They are in control for a moment. They're trying to hold ramp, while Nightmare, equal plays, just says, thank you very much, you're holding ramp, I'm gonna take the brick away from you. So now we think, well, Nightmare's in the best position, but now who's on ramp? It's BTH, and we got a 3-team bang out with Team NADESHOT just waiting in the wings.
Yeah, trying to kind of make something happen here. Equal was trying to run away while still in control of the mana brick as well. Team NADESHOT, last remaining member there, is finally gonna kind of join the action on the mana brick itself, take him out, and take a look at this. BTH did a great job of shutting down the initial approach from MW, but somehow they just made it happen, man. Loud was actually the member who picked up that first initial knock. You could see him getting the second as well. Rapid jumps onto the mana brick, jumps onto the 3rd member of BTH, and they're able to go ahead and also pick up that final remaining member of the map. Slept, unfortunately, goes down, cannot go ahead and triumph the 1v3. And as a result, man, we're going to game number 6.
Going to game 6 could be our last or could be our penultimate, folks. You're gonna have to wait and see. We'll see that leaderboard as well moving into the next round, which will certainly matter because this tiebreaker is very important here in our scrims. Now, folks, I've got another giveaway for you before we head to the break. As per the usual, you're gonna type in the code that appears on your screen. It is July 10th. You might be saying, why July 10th? Let's put a space in it as well. Let's be true to the code. Type in July space 10th because July 10th, in 2 days time, the Rise series is kicking off and we are celebrating that. So type in July 10 rather. That'll get you entered into the giveaway, and we'll get you rewards via Twitch Whispers either today or very soon. 2,500 Delta tickets, premium passes coming your way, all types of fun stuff. Enter into the giveaway. We'll have a lot more down the line, or potentially only one more pending if we play a couple more maps or just one. Folks, you're not going to want to miss this next round. While we wait for this maybe last round here with map number 6, I do want to remind you all of one more thing, and even show you it. Rainbow Six Siege and Delta Force have a crazy collab about to hit the game here July 10th in 2 days time as well. We even have an event that's going to be popping up in between the EMEA region for the Rise series and the Americas region for the Rise series. This Twitch channel, the main Twitch channel here with Delta Force, is going to be popping all day long. We've got a fantastic show match featuring some amazing creators out there and Rainbow Six pros all playing together in customs because of this insane collab. Take a look at this while we take our break, and when we come back, it'll be map number 6.
Hi everyone, I'm William, the art director of Delta Force. As many of you may already seen, Delta Force is launching a collaboration with Rainbow Six Siege in our next season. Since launch, we've seen a lot of passion and discussion from our community around the tactical shooter gameplay. And whenever players talk about the genre, Rainbow Six Siege is one of the names that come up most often. So, we reach out to Ubisoft.
Bonjour, je suis Émilie Besson, directrice de la réalisation sur Rainbow Six Siege. Oui, Siege a toujours été défini par son gameplay tactique, le travail en équipe et aussi la variété des opérateurs que les joueurs ont appris à connaître et reconnaître au fil des années. Ces collaborations nous donnent l'occasion en fait d'amener les éléments emblématiques de Siege dans un nouvel univers, tout en restant fidèles à ce qui les rend uniques.
In this collaboration, we focus on two things: operators and Rainbow Six Siege's iconic visual legacy. We selected 3 operators pairings who share the same combat philosophy.
I'll be there you need me.
말보다는 행동이지.
Call if you need a hand.
For classic Siege elements, we choose to honor Black Ice, the Drone, and the Alpha Pack.
Ce qui était essentiel pour nous de préserver dans la collaboration, c'était l'identité, l'authenticité de nos personnages. C'est ce qui les rend uniques. On a travaillé main dans la main avec l'équipe de Delta Force pour s'assurer que l'authenticité de Siege, l'identité de Siege s'intègre naturellement dans leur jeu.
Both games share a realistic art direction, and finding distinct recognition within that shared aesthetic was actually the harder challenge. We started by preserving the core silhouette and the color framework of Siege operators. Doc and Motin's iconic deep navy uniforms, Vigil's signature custom-fitted gear, these stay true. At the same time, within the finer details, we evolve in Delta Force identity. They wear patches from both teams. Motin carries Cineva's badge. Doc has medical kits at his side. To faithfully recreate Black Ice, we focused our material work on internal ice fracture patterns to capture the distinctive texture and a cold, austere feel of original.
Oui, en effet, Black Ice résonne énormément avec notre communauté. C'est une cosmétique d'armes qui a énormément plu à nos joueurs. Et l'équipe de Delta Force a fait vraiment un travail incroyable pour la recréation dans leur jeu de cette cosmétique, avec un souci du détail extrêmement gratifiant.
We employed a dual-layer material system combined with subsurface scattering lighting model. Using camera vectors and a depth texture to offset UV calculations, we achieved the effect of refracture patterns appearing to exist deep inside ice.
Et ce qu'on a apprécié et ce qui nous a impressionné, c'est le travail de recherche de Delta Force. À quel point ils ont été soucieux du détail pour conserver nos opérateurs dans leur jeu, qui s'intègrent vraiment comme naturellement dans leur univers.
Beyond the content itself, we want as many players as possible to access and experience this collaboration. By completing in-game missions during the season, you can unlock these rewards for free. One more thing, in the new operations map, we've prepared something special for you. You will find a surprise in the maps that are meant just for you. Once the crossover goes live, go find them. Once more, onto the bridge.
Dear friends, once more.
Welcome back to the Time to Rise show match, folks. It is our 3rd show match, aka scrims, that we've done with pro teams, and we are done with map number 5. And Mad Win dropped the craziest map 5 ever. 26 mil in total assets gained, just looting all their opponents and more. Find 9 kills on the map. That is a 22-point swing. That's, I think, more than almost every other team had going into that round. It should put them all the way up to like 2nd place. That's ridiculous.
Oh my gosh, what a giant momentum swing there from the team of Mad Win. Manobrick, 9 kills, 26 million assets gained, plus 22 squad points. Listen, you gotta mention it. These guys were towards the bottom of the leaderboard going into that one. Gotta call it out. They gotta be in like 2nd place. Of course, they gotta be one of our top 3 teams now that they went ahead and picked up a minute break, but the reveal is in.
Oh my
Mad Win. They are indeed in 2nd place. You know, we saw it. They picked up 22 squad points in that game. They had 4 points prior to jumping into that one. So a huge swing of things right there. They are going to be triumphing Nightmare who are going to be in third place now, and now they trail behind the team of Space Station Gaming, who, I mean, listen, they continuously go for these mana bricks, and because they keep going down early, they have not picked up any squad points in a very long time. So the gap is closing amongst all of our teams right now. We mentioned it, goes. These things go the distance for a reason. All these teams are very, very close in skill. And the format, man, we gotta love it. Is anybody going to pick up 2 mana bricks throughout the course of the day at all?
I think it's a big question. It's certainly possible that we have, what, a total of 5 teams potentially a chance to have a mana brick. And then it comes down to the squad points. And then you look at SSG and say everything you've been doing is the right thing because you have assured yourself a top position in this competition. But as we looked at that overall, we do see Team NADESHOT at the bottom. That does not mean that they're out of it. You just said it 30 seconds ago. MW had 4 points. They just won the last map, got brick, and picked up everybody's loot. This is late game, folks. Late game means everybody's bringing in high value kits. This is map number 6. This is the most limited this operator pool will get. Big ticket item we always talk about on map 6 is who has a Tempest left. This is great news if you're MW. You've got a Tempest and you just got a brick and you have a ton of great loot. This is great news if you're Nightmare. You've been playing really aggressive, but you still have a Tempest to be able to use on this next map. This is great news if you're Team NADESHOT. We desperately need a turning of the tides here on Space City, and they've got a Tempest as well. That is a huge boon when it comes to operators, but anything else you're seeing, Vivid, of course, we got to pay attention to who has Luna. Same thing, only 3 teams have Luna left. We see several Toxics off the board. We see a couple Stingers off the board as well, but not full Stingers, so folks that have been running Toxic will certainly be running Stingers going into this one because of the smokes and the support and the healing. But anything else you're noticing on the operator pool? Because in map 7, it all gets reset.
Yeah, no, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head, kind of mentioning that this is the most limited operator pool that we all have throughout the day. As we do kind of jump into the game here, I did kind of get a little bit of information I think the folks at home would be interested in. In terms of kill leaders, we don't actually take a look at the individual kills throughout the day a lot of the times, but for this one, why don't we go ahead and shout out our kill leaders. Currently in first place, we've got Killsall. He's got 11 kills throughout our first 5 games, and in second place we actually have Equal with 9 kills throughout the day. Those two are kind of leading the pack by quite a big margin as well. So take a look or keep a focus on kind of those guys throughout this. And kind of the surprising thing for me there is that Killsall picks up 11. He's in first place as it currently stands, and they really haven't done much over the past 2 games. So if he gets back into the mix of things, be very, very worried on. But take a look at the loadouts. Doge. Yeah. MW, they just pick up a mana brick and they still have access to all of their armor, their gold loadout.
Yeah, put simply, because we're jumping straight into the game, for those at home, you can only buy gold a couple different ways, and it's limited the amount of times you can actually buy gold. And so big shout out to MW, because they've been so low on the leaderboard. They haven't used their golds yet. So they're coming in with gold. Of course, if you extract with the gold, you could use that. But they're the only team bringing it in. A couple teams can't afford it or already used it. Here we go, folks. And it looks like MW got one of those spawns, a Westgate spawn that is a little dangerous if you're not careful. Got to dodge some of the util and hopefully make it out alive. They take a ton of damage, but they're going to make it through and be off to the races. Team NADESHOT put down a ton of damage on their backside from Dormitory, but Team NADESHOT have got something else to worry about right now. SSG on the backside of them. Yes, MW made it to center. Yes, we got to pay attention to the brick, but Team NADESHOT are about to be in a fight with SSG that could determine a lot right now, especially because, remember, Team NADESHOT do have that Tempest, so they have an advantage if they can make it to the decoding station. But they got a long way to go, and they got a team breathing down their neck.
This is going to be Team SSG as well. A completely different approach from these guys. Remember, they've pretty much consistently been the team to the initial mana brick in every single game that's actually featured a mana brick, but this one they have actually opted to not play for that sort of a play style, instead looking for an early 3v3 here. Unfortunately for Team NADESHOT, they're going to be stalled out pretty heavily in terms of being able to make their approach towards the center of the map. We'll have to see if they can kind of make something happen against the team of SSG, and we caught a little bit of a quick glimpse at it. Space Station Gaming are actually opting to go ahead and retreat, so not interested in taking this 3v3 as they initially thought that they were. So both teams are going to be safe, and I would imagine that Team NADESHOT eventually going to make their way through Westgate, as we did see the team of MW kind of do the dash through that one.
Yeah, good shot. I think Team NADESHOT are going to be wary for a little while before they leave. So we swing perspectives over to the mana brick and where it spawned. Nobody's grabbed it yet. Again, it's SSG that he's usually one of the first here, but because they have that command station spawn, like you mentioned, it's a long way to go. And so what does MW do? They have the Tempest. They get the brick just before that triple blaster lands. Whew, that was a little scary. For those that are wondering why he picked up armor, I think you maybe haven't seen a lot of the Pro League. It's very common, even in pubs, for Tempest to pop their ult, drop their armor, because they know they're going to take a lot of damage when they pop their ult, and they'll get sucked all the way back with those ropes to where their armor was dropped. A smart play works out perfectly for MW. Mad win, had just won last map, and now a chance to win the tournament after being the team that was in dead last by a mile. They are now in second place on our leaderboard with a chance to take first here. They drop the brick into the decoding station, and instead of immediately playing outside and playing for ramp, they've elected to play indoors. This is a signal to me, Vivid, that they're a little bit willing for this brick to exchange hands. They want the power position of holding this building. They want to be able to say that this building is ours and nobody can go through us. You're going to have to go outside and be at risk of getting third-partied.
Remember, this is the exact building, the exact position to where they kind of won from in just the last game. This is where they found so many of their kills. This is kind of like that strong point position that you were kind of talking about. So they got to be feeling comfortable in this, which is exactly to the point that you kind of made. It's going to be up to all of our other teams to kind of deny this one. Again, only 3 teams have a single mana brick already and have the opportunity to kind of close this one out. And MW, they're one of those teams. If this mana brick goes through in just 2 minutes and 45 seconds, they will win.
They will win. The efficacy of Tempest on full display with that great brick grab and immediate decode. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Team NADESHOT actually going to be first to the party. They're low side. It's a little deceptive with this POV, but they're actually underneath the decoding station right now. Going to come through low side. Let's see where they decide to engage. FAZE is still playing height. BTH still outside as well, around where the brick spawns. Nightmare coming up ramp. Be the first of the party. Here's NADESHOT's team. They came out from low ground. You can see them go underground. They were able to grab the brick. This is what MW's okay with. Slept has been the hero for this roster multiple times, and not only grabs the brick, but he also drops a knock on MW as they peek the corner. These guys are here to play. This is what they did in the qualifiers. They come online super late, and they currently are decoding the brick, but staying underneath it. And it looks like they're actually going to readdress maybe ramp side if they can swing all the way around, or again just be willing to reset it and keep stealing over and over again because they know they're one of the few teams with a Tempest.
That ramp position, it was the difference maker in the last game, and all of our teams kind of know it. Team NADESHOT still basically playing in the middle of 2 rotations. And take a look at this with the X-ray. SSG, by the way, at an absolute standstill. They are letting anything happen towards this mana brick. They do not want to get involved. They are tired of being in the mix. They feel like they have just been battered every single time that they try to play around it early. And they want to be one of these teams that joins the mix late. So keep a close eye on them. And for a lot of our teams right now, the pressure isn't necessarily on. They don't really feel the pressure with Team NADESHOT decoding the mana brick, because they are a team that does not have a mana brick. The information is kind of displayed to all of the players whether or not the team that is currently decoding it previously has decoded a mana brick. So the information is kind of in for all of our teams, and they're kind of like, hey, listen, we know the game doesn't necessarily end right now, so we don't have to full send. We can kind of go to game 7, but take a look at this. Equal. Ooh, that was very, very close. BTH potentially getting out by the skin of their teeth. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Are Nightmare going to invest their bodies onto this one? They do have the Tempest, and yeah, the Stinger Smoke does come out. The Disarm does as well. Nico is going to be jumping onto the decoding station. And this is what Team NADESHOT is playing for. They're actually playing for the disarms from all the way underneath. It's going to be a great little bit of utility, but unfortunately, Equal goes ahead and stick that one out.
Nice.
Now, Team Nightmare are in full control.
And again, playing from ramp. Power position for this decoding station. And both Team NADESHOT and MW are willing to play trades back and forth on this mana brick because they have Tempest. And funny enough, the third team to the party is Team Nightmare, who also have a Tempest. It is those 3 teams only. And so only those 3 teams are playing around the brick for now. SSG finally starting to engage. They've said, okay, we've left a lot of the dirty work to our other squads out there. Let's start rotating around and slowly working our way to show up late to the party. Being the ones to open the door has been a whole host of problems being the host of said party. So let's just show up late. Let's be the guest this time and see if it works out for us. And take our time out here. Meanwhile, wait a minute. Equal plays and Team NADESHOT in an engagement. I have a feeling, yes, it was on Team NADESHOT's Tempest. So that was Team NADESHOT going for a steal. Use Tempest ult. There's the CD. There's the self-res. So Slept stands back up. So no harm, no foul, really, besides that ult being on cooldown. And Team Nightmare can breathe easy for a little while that cooldown is refreshing.
Does change the dynamic a little bit. I will go ahead and correct myself. Thanks for letting me know on the side that, no, they actually took it out of the game where it lets you know that a team that is decoding it, whether or not they do have a mana brick already kind of captured. So kind of left in the dark is going to be all of our teams. But take a look at this. Sudoka over the top of the container here. It's going to be FAZE on the approach. Nightmare Lucas unfortunately goes down, and because of the position that he does get knocked on that ramp, we know where SSG are. Unfortunately, that's going to be a very difficult res to kind of pull off. The disarm does kind of land on the decoding station here onto Dio, but I think he's going to stick this one out on the back for the Dio. Take a look at the trades that are happening all across the map. MW onto Team NADESHOT. They're trying to go ahead and find the full wipe, and it is going to go ahead and come through, but trades all across the board. It's going to be SSG at the bottom of the ramp. They find a plethora of kills onto Team Nightmare. And as the dust settles, it's just going to be Equal left to his demise. As you can see him kind of dipping into the centrifuge building. But there's going to be a full team of MW kind of waiting in the wings and trying to go ahead and pick apart the solo.
There was 0 action for 10 minutes, nearly 10 minutes, and then all hell broke loose. And like you said, when the dust settles, Team NADESHOT all fall. They're out of here. SSG show up late to the party and it works. BTH go underground. MW were able to stay alive and take down the last remaining player of Nightmare. And then they get all of their reses inside this building because BTH couldn't get here in time. So MW are back on their feet as a full team of 3. SSG are fully in control of around this decoding station. FaZe did get the steal to reset it, but SSG are going to get the steal here. And I think their strategy, there it is, of being the guest of the party is working. They are in a great spot right now, but we do still have 4 teams of 3 after all of our revives have come through. I think it's going to be a hurry up and wait game and then a bunch of chaos yet again.
By the way, MW have been completely silent. BTH have no idea that they are kind of hidden in this back room right now. And this is on the back foot of them kind of being forced to reset. This is them being opportunists. They were like, hey, listen, let's find this res and then just sit still and see if we can kind of make something happen. A similar approach to what they did in the last game. Well, obviously, a couple of our teams are in the centrifuge building. We know the SSG is kind of on the ramp, but take a look at this. FaZe are still on the outside. They have the opportunity to go ahead and cut this down for the side of SSG. Too easy. He's going to be getting picked off. And unfortunately, once again, the story is the same every single time for the side of SSG. They just always kind of find a team on the outskirts that somehow finds something happen, but Killzall is trying to go ahead and deny this. Oh my gosh. Take a look at how split FaZe are. Their third member was so far away.
Yeah, they just sent a route man, bro. He just went around the backside. found the angle, picked up a nice kill, and the only thing you're saying, when you're making a flank like that, the only thing you're saying is, guys, you can't go down. I've got an advantage for us. That's exactly what happened. But speaking of going down, MW and BTH, they are throwing down, and who will fall first? Both teams lose one. Both teams invest a ton of util that doesn't land, and as they both heal back up, it's going to be a true 2v2 inside. But look at the brick! 20 seconds! The clock dwindling so quickly because it's exchanged so many hands. You've got to make a play. Where's FaZe at? FaZe is on the outside looking at the brick. Stalker's able to trade one out on MW, but FaZe Dio is going to stick the brick again down to the low side. It's only a second now, ladies and gentlemen, and he's able to reset. Will it be enough to hold off SSG through the smoke? Dio lands headshots, spraying and praying. SSG down to a solo, and FaZe with a chance right now to grab a brick. One of the two teams on the map that don't have a brick yet. SSG in deep trouble. Got a launcher out, trying to make something happen. He's able to get one. Could he get both? No. FaZe stick it. Sudoka picks up the brick and picks up SSG. FaZe alive, but barely breathing while the chaos continues on the inside. MW versus BTH. And they're trading blows left, right, and center. Loud, able to heal up a little bit, but only allowed to face the onslaught of two players at the exact same time. He's going to do everything he can. And is he able to get both of them? No, only one. FaZe, a solo. BTH, a solo. And the brick's still counting down. This is an immediate stick res, an immediate 2v1 on the brick. 30 seconds on the clock. Ka, you better heal up as fast as humanly possible because it's time to make a move, and we got to make a move right now.
Regardless of what happens, we will be going to game number 7 because the two remaining teams, neither one of which have a brick, but it's going to be a big opportunity for Sudoka here. He goes ahead and runs out of the angle. He looks for the 1v1. 12 seconds on the clock right now. The Uto does come in for the side of Koha, but oh my gosh, the head glitch, a great angle from the side of Sudoka. There's 5 seconds remaining, and the absolute dash for the brick. It's going to be Stalker who's going to be jumping onto it, and he has just enough time. BTH go ahead and steal the brick, but they're still in a 1v2 situation. Can it happen from the side of FaZe? They're going to be shutting FaZe down, and BTH, when it looked like, I don't even know what it looked like. There was just so much chaos kind of happening. They only had one member remaining. They had to go ahead and pick up the reses. And unfortunately, Sudoka didn't have the information. He didn't know that the reses were coming in from BTH. If he did, he could have found a res of his own. They could have been 2 members right there for the side of FaZe. But no. BTH, man, they're going to be the 4th team to join the mix of teams that have a Mandel brick here in the show match. Unbelievable.
I mean, can we expect anything else besides map 7? Over and over again, we see teams dominate the early game, and yet still somehow, some way, we make our way all the way to map 7 yet again. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It's 10:56 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Yeah, I know there's a little bit of a delay for competitive integrity, so you're probably like 11 p.m. Central, and we've got one more game. One more game no matter what. Doesn't matter what happens in the next one. This will be the last one. And I know it's going late for you all at home if you're over here in maybe Eastern time, but we're having a ton of fun here on broadcast for the last scrims before the Rise series kicks off, because we're going to game 7. 4 teams have a mana brick. SSG, MW, BTH, Nightmare. If they get the next brick, they win no matter what. So you might be saying, is FaZe? Is Team NADESHOT? Are they out of it? Hell no. You never know what can happen in game 7. All operators unlocked. If Team NADESHOT or FaZe get the brick and they wipe the lobby, it's possible. We've seen it from MW to drop 20 plus points in one single map. But you got to get the brick to do so. This next brick decides the tournament. Wow, game 6 was a wild one.
Love the fact that we're going to game 7. Say it every time. Watch as much Delta Force as I possibly can. But I gotta go ahead and throw in At some point, we gotta feel a little bit bad for SSG. Every single game, they have had control of the mana brick at least once. And they have not been able to hold on. And as a result, listen, they were the team with the early lead. They picked up that first mana brick in game number 2. Like I mentioned, they've had control of it. Game 4, Game 5, Game 6. At some point during each one of those games, they had the opportunity to close out things early. It just has not been able to happen. And it's just on the back foot of incredible plays. Game 4, it was Nightmare. Incredible plays. Game 5, it was MW. Game 6, it was BTH. I can't believe it. You know, we say it early on. We're like, listen, we could go the distance. It's very, very likely. But Team SSG, this looked like the most likely time we were going to have an early end to a competition like this. They looked so dominant. Oh my gosh. Cherry on top, man. The military shell. 1.4 million for your troubles. Go ahead. You deserve it.
That's crazy. Well, if you noticed, we did get one player extracting out through Test Workshop, and with that, only one player will make their way out. Barely missing out on this extract timer. You can see it on the left. They pulled the levers. They got it all ready to go, but still 60 seconds on the extract timer clock. Game clock a lot lower than that. Pretty important. So nice job from them to still get one player out. But again, this could go down to the tiebreaker, Vivid, and I think that's what's the most important part to remember, is that if Team NADESHOT or FaZe pick up this next brick, it will come down to points. This puts teams like MW and SSG in a really strong position going into this next round, because if it's a team that's not one of these teams with a mana brick already, they're almost okay with that team getting the brick if they know for certain that it's them. There's not an overall like wide ping of saying what name is decoding, and so that is important. You do have to have the intel to be able to make that very high level IQ play of saying it's okay that this team in particular gets the brick. But either way you look at it, folks, let's take a look back on the replays from that one. Every map is played slightly different, and this one was no exception. Things were actually quite slow once the mana brick was stolen. Everybody slowed way down, not wanting to make a mistake because they knew that one mistake could be their last in the competition if a couple of these teams pick up this brick.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the biggest key note here was that SSG, a completely different approach for them. They played a little bit more passive. Of course, we did see Team NADESHOT could have joined the mix there. They pulled out their Tempest, and they were doing very, very well, right? Some early control. But on the back foot of Team Nightmare getting control of the ramp, they then had control of things, but it was all about control of the building itself, as there was a great kind of brawl over it between Team NADESHOT and MW. And you want to talk about brawls on the ramp, we kind of returned deja vu to the last game indeed. Team SSG versus the Titans of Nightmare. That one goes to the way of SSG, and kind of as everything's settling, it looks like Team SSG are going to finally be able to go ahead and hold it, right? There was only a minute left remaining at this moment right here, but FaZe with an incredible two-pronged attack. They sent two members over here. They sent a guy on a route, like Goj kind of called it, with the marksman rifle in hand, hit some clean shots, and unfortunately Killzall can kind of not make the 1v2 happen. He was very, very close indeed. He's been hitting shots all day. But FaZe with only one remaining member in Sudoku on the back foot of Stalker, going ahead and cleaning up the last remaining members of MW. He's able to go ahead and find the res on the back foot of this. And because of that, team members are able to go ahead and jump onto the coding station and finally go ahead and flush out Sudoku when everything is said and done. And BTH are our fourth team to go ahead and pick up a mana brick here today.
Crazy. I know some people were cheering on SSG to close things out in 4. They wanted to see SSG win and succeed. And there's still a very good chance that that roster wins, but it's going to go all the way to Game 7. It's our last game no matter what, folks. You're not going to want to miss it. But first, before we head to a break, of course I have to reward you just for being here. Like I've said, you gotta get here. You gotta get to Game 7. It happens every single competition. That just means more rewards for you. Type in Meltdown in the chat because it's our brand new season. If you haven't tried out the new season Meltdown, you gotta go check it out. I assume you already have. This brand new season is very noob friendly as well. There's a brand new easy normal map only AZ3 that you can go check out here with season Meltdown. A lot of fantastic content. Definitely want to get your hands on. So type in Meltdown to enter into the giveaway. As much as we do want you to check out the update, type it into the chat to get entered into the giveaway. We got $2,500 Delta ticket packages being sent out, as well as premium passes. just make sure your Twitch whispers are open, and that may take a little while for us to get to you, but we will get to you. I promise you that. Hopefully you win, and we'll see who our winner is of this show match, folks. Only one more map to go. No matter what, it is anybody's game, even the team down at the bottom of the leaderboard. We'll see you in just a moment.
Telemetry data confirms the Havoc rocket formation has deviated from its flight path and is currently plummeting toward Claudia. All units, clear the area immediately and secure the wreckage.
Still a chance if I can freeze them!
Maintain suppressive fire!
Welcome back. Time to Rise Showmatch, folks. Game 6 is done. One more map to go, and BTH drop a banger going into the last map of the day. They save the day, get the brick, get 12 mil, get 12 points, and they're now still in an opportunity, a chance to maybe win the last scrim before the Rise series kicks off, folks. What a wild tournament. We now have several teams with the brick. FaZe Clan still pick up 4 kills. Mad Win still pick up 4 kills. But I'm seeing negative numbers from SSG again, Team NADESHOT again, and Team Nightmare again as well. This could come down to squad points, Vivid. I have this weird creaking ache in my bones that isn't just because my age starts with a 3. It is because I have a feeling we're going to have 5 teams with the mantle brick moving into this next round.
Obviously, you know, there's a lot that can happen in our last game here. One of these two teams, FaZe Clan or Team NADESHOT, could pick up their first mana brick, but it's also possible that just straight up nobody gets the mana brick, right? And that would kind of result in a similar situation, which begs the question, like, how are our teams feeling towards the top of the leaderboard? When you take a look at SSG, MW, BTH, and Nightmare, do they even want to play around the mana brick? Do they want to maybe potentially start to play for squad points to try to win out in that tiebreaker if they're not necessarily feeling too confident in one of these other teams, you know, ability to go ahead and pick up the mana brick? So there's a couple of different ways that you can kind of play this one. It would be very, very scary to kind of take that approach, but it is necessarily a way that some of these teams could win. At the end of everything, man, it's going to be crazy to kind of see how this one develops. Still, same rule set kind of applies, even going into the last game. You pick up a mana brick, you win. 2 mana bricks will, without a doubt, win you the competition. Wow. Let's kind of take a look at the map rotation here. What we have kind of seen throughout the day. We know how everything went. We have been through Space City, and the verdict is in. Team NADESHOT, as your team in last place, they had the opportunity to decide whether or not in game number 7 we go to Space City or we go to Brackish. And take a look at this. They have opted to jump into Brackish.
We're going to Brackish, we're going Mandelbrick, we're going Airdrop, we're going all types of stuff. Haven't seen Space City not picked in map 7 in a while. Fun to see us changing things up a little bit. It looks like Team NADESHOT's feeling a little bit more comfortable on this map, and maybe a little bit more comfortable having a couple more objectives on the map. Regardless, however you look at it, excited to see Brackish back on the table. I think it's a very fun map, and I do think the biggest question mark I have for this map, especially for a team like Team NADESHOT, is where are you going to decode the brick? I think if you're going interior, if you want to go interior at the very least, you're going to be coming in with some more defensive operators. You got to remember, map 7, all operators are open back up. So now that we're going to Brackish, not Space City, you're not necessarily going to see Toxic, Luna, Tempest. You might see some more engineers back into the mix. You might see some more Allurers. You might see some more Shepherds that are really good at zoning off some of these positions, especially that decoding station that we saw inside of Museum. Fun to see a little bit of a different comp when everything's opened up. May even see Raptor for a map 7 map point. I don't know. I think there's a lot of options right now. It'll be fun to kind of dissect that. But of course, why are we watching today? Because this is the last scrims before the official Delta Force Rise series. The Operations Pro League kicks off with Delta Force on July 10th. Games are happening morning, night, Friday, Saturday, Sunday for EMEA and America's region. And it's going to be every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday until we're done with this entire Season 1 in mid-August. So definitely tune in for that. But let's tune in to the last map of the day, no matter what. MW coming in with nearly all goals. Talking about what you're seeing. I'm seeing a lot of Tempest, of course, from everybody, but definitely some shakeups in the meta. Everybody choosing a little bit of different strats.
Yeah, I think seeing so many Tempests and Luna, we don't actually usually see it on map number 2, which is our typical static Brackish map pick, is because all of these teams, they think about it. They're like, listen, we don't want to run Tempest on the initial Brackish because we want the Tempest for Space City. But take a look at this. When it comes down to all things are off the table in terms of operators, you can kind of pick whatever you want. These teams favor Tempest and Luna and Toxic very, very heavily. The only reason they don't pick it when we jump into the Brackish initially is because they want it for Space City. But take a look at this. Some of our teams jump it towards Museum with those early T1 spawns. It's going to be Team Nightmare up against BTH.
Yeah, this is a great call from Team Nightmare as well. I really like Raptor on Brackish. It just gives you so much intel very quickly. Brackish is that kind of weird map where it mixes a lot of CQB with a lot of open spaces, especially in the alleyways and different areas between these buildings. There's a lot of open spaces that drone can get a lot of value from. The biggest question, I think, looking at the metas for me, is actually if Nightmare get this brick, I don't think they stick it here. I think they try to get out of here and go somewhere else with the comp that they're bringing into the map. But we'll see. Everybody running Tempest because it's so valuable to grab the brick and run. Let's see who gets it first and who's able to run away with it or just stick it in Museum. FAZE across the street. MW over towards Tower of Babel with Team NADESHOT, who are trying to sprint their way this direction. Nightmare first to the brick. Equal plays. Doesn't even have to pop the CD. Let's rock and roll. Doesn't even wait on it. Just grabs the brick and is maybe immediately planting. That's what it's looking like to me. I thought maybe they'd run out of here, but they're liking this interior decoding station. They're going to drop it. We're playing in Museum, baby. It's going to look a lot like map 2.
Yeah, you talked about it. You liked the Raptor pick here, but that information isn't necessarily going to do a whole lot. Like, you would much rather, I feel like, want a Luna in this situation just because of that util, finding some damage onto the decoding station as well. So we'll have to see if they can kind of hold tight up there on that balcony position and hold off some of the onslaught for some of these teams. We're going to be having a little bit more of an aggressive comp. Team NADESHOT here trying to get into the mix. They actually opt to go ahead and make the audio cue here that they're going to be climbing up this ladder. And I wouldn't necessarily mind it from Team NADESHOT if they kind of just sat out here for a little bit, right? And kind of just waited their turn. Excuse me, they don't want nothing to do with that. They're looking to get absolutely active. They go ahead and look for a little bit more of a forward position towards this decoding station. They don't necessarily run directly at the decoding station itself, but they are definitely a whole heck of a lot closer.
This is going to be utter chaos. Last map, whoever gets the brick either wins if you're one of the 4 teams with the brick, or has a chance. Equal place has found an angle on Slept. Slept goes down early.
Tempest
does look like, yeah, should be fine. So it is their Tempest. There's the pickup. Quick self-res from Slept, and Chris actually able to answer back. FaZe losing one. That is FaZe's Tempest as well. Everybody going to be slowly working their way up these cooldowns to get some intel. And then get back up on their feet and make some plays. Chris getting really active. Jumps off the high ropes. Goes low. Again, we talk about Gizmo. We talk about a brand new season in the competitive series. Seeing Gizmo much more active is nice. But also, being able to get a lot of intel from the sonars being placed as well. Team NADESHOT, they are not afraid to make noise right now, Vivid. They are looking to swing on some fights.
Yeah, but this is going to give them so much room to work with because they pretty much have all of the information necessary to rotate around the museum because they've sniffed everything out and they're like, where the heck is everybody? And taking a look at the decoding station, they're like, wow, nobody wants to go ahead and fight for this. They gotta feel like this is a lot of pressure on them because they're in a position to go ahead and fend for it, and nobody else really seems to be close enough to do so.
Here they go. Team NADESHOT on the top ropes. They're going to go swinging for it. SSG low side. Nightmare up above holding them. Chris looks like takes a decent amount of util kind of to the face. And again, it's Gizmo and Morse that they've elected to run for the intel gathering and also utility to kind of hold down some of these zones. I don't hate the idea. Killzall actually gets in here with the Tempest. It's just sticking this steel and is going to get in time. It looked like equal plays was maybe distracted by some other noise. Couldn't peek in the corner in time. SSG gets the steal. Nightmare should steal it right back, but Team NADESHOT are there. It should get extremely mixy on the high ground, while on the low ground, SSG are in a bit of trouble because MW Pildor was getting really aggressive with their ult pop, but they run out of time. They have to back off. Everybody a little scared to make a mistake and only relying on their Tempest ults to make big plays. Everybody still on their feet.
It was a great try from MW right there. They heard the res audio going off, so they tried to go ahead and pressure that one. But take a look at this. It's going to be Slept this time around. He's going to be jumping on the decoding station on the back foot of that Tempest ult. But you caught it out. An incredibly timid approach in terms of making anything happen outside of when that Tempest ult comes around. And yeah, Equal now on the back foot of his own Tempest ult. And all of these exchanges, by the way, take a look at the decoding timer as we're actually going to be missing one of those knocks right there. That's going to be allowed onto Dia. I would imagine that's going to be the Tempest of their own. But yeah, take a look at the decoding timer right now. It's already down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Remember, the absolute minimum for the decoding timer is 1 minute and 30 seconds. 90 total seconds. And every single time that it exchanges hands, it drops by 30 seconds. So only 2 more exchanges, and we're going to be already at that minimum with around 12 minutes to go. Crazy stuff as Killzall is going to be picking up a knock right there onto the Tempest. Again, these kills are not necessarily going to find a lot of value because all these teams are only really making anything happen right now on the back foot of these Tempest ults.
Unreal. You're tuning in for the first time very quickly. Tempest Operator, their ultimate ability is what we call it. The ability with the longest cooldown. Emergency evasion device. It throws those ropes out. It tethers you to a position. And if you go down or you pop it again, it'll sling you all the way back to wherever you drop that tether. Even if you're knocked, and then you can self-revive. Insanely powerful in an objective gate-based gameplay like this. And Team NADESHOT were able to get that steal, utilizing a lot of the same. And now Team NADESHOT are going to slowly wait as it will probably get stolen yet again. And they don't really have a vantage point to just hold the line on the decoding station. Maybe if they catch a frag here, if they catch some blood, They may just full swing on Nightmare to try to grab the best position. Actually, off-screen Crisp is finding an angle on FaZe yet again. That is not their Tempest. That is an out-of-position FaZe member. And once the shots are fired and Crisp is finding value on FaZe, Nightmare says, okay, this is our opening. Let's make a move. Pops it on CD, goes for it, gets it, and here we go. SSG kills all, barrel stuffs. 2 members of BTH gets 2 kills and gets all the way back to safety. What a play from SSG to continue to put these teams in a blender, but MW is on the hunt. They heard the bullets, felt the bullets, and are able to answer them back onto SSG. Utter chaos on the map as Team NADESHOT throws their Temp Assault on CD and get the steal yet again. We're at 90 seconds. Every time it's stolen, it'll go back to 90 seconds. The chaos has got me even in a blender, but MW have put SSG down. Only 1 remaining player for SSG. And Nightmare's also in trouble. Equal Plays goes down off cooldown. What is happening?
All right, Team NADESHOT have the opportunity to potentially go ahead and push the balcony right now. Let's see if they go ahead and are happy with just the decoding station alone. It looks like they are. The retreat kind of comes in. Remember, to go ahead and win the competition just based off of mana bricks, one of these teams has to go ahead and secure the mana brick if they've already done so in a previous game. If we keep trading like this, it's going to come down to squad points. So pay attention to that total score on the left side of things. Before the first time FaZe, they're back up to a 3-man roster, by the way, and take a look at how far their Tempest is playing all the way out front. SSG, by the way, left to only one member remaining. BTH also with a solo remaining. And for all 4 of our other teams, still a 3-man roster, but there is absolute chaos going around. We can see some 3v3s happening here, there, and everywhere. But for the side, oh my God, take a look at this. Killzall's trying to make something happen on the forefront of MW. He goes ahead and finds the first initial knock, but he's still going to be in a 1v2 situation. But the retreat comes in. 1 minute remaining on the decoding station, and Nightmare right now have full control.
SSG, the only team a solo, and Killzall's not going to get these reses. There's just no way. Utter chaos, but our eyes have to go to Brick. Team NADESHOT, I think, are making an aggressive play towards Farmer Lucas up on the top side. Rez is trying to be stuck down low for BTH, and it's actually 2 team is finding an M82 knock on Smile for Team NADESHOT. Team NADESHOT lose a player, but they get the Brick steal. Back to 90 seconds. Plenty of game clock for this to steal over and over again a couple more times. But amidst the chaos, there's only 3 teams with a full team of 3 still on their feet. Nightmare, BTH, MW in the best position right now, and SSG have gotten a steal. Killzall off cooldown, have stolen back the Brick amidst all of this fighting we're watching. Killzall walks up and says, it's mine now. Good luck. What on earth? 6 teams in Museum Vivid, and all 6 teams desperately clawing for this mana brick. And it will be stolen again and again and again. And so while we have a breath, everybody look to the left. Look at total score. Team NADESHOT, the furthest down by a mile. They need this brick, and they need to wipe the lobby. They desperately need the points. SSG, they don't need the points. They just need one of these teams to not get their second mana brick. Killzall is doing everything he can to stall out this game by going for these steals and finding kill over here, kill over there. Any kill he can get his hand on could potentially weaken teams to where they can't get this brick. But here we go. MW, now it's your turn to make the steal. Nightmare can't look at it because there's people all over the place.
This is absolutely crazy, but finally Nightmare, they try to go ahead and try to make something happen. They're going to be finding 2 kills on the receiving end of FaZe, so that's going to be huge. That's going to be giving them a little bit of a breath of fresh air. They've been receiving constant pressure from the outside of this balcony, but now that it's potentially opened up as an avenue where they can feel a little bit more comfortable, Team NADESHOT, they keep sending Slept in over and over and over again. I feel like Team NADESHOT or Team Nightmare, either one of those 2 teams have been in control of the mana brick the absolute most, but neither one has kind of been in a position to deny anybody from actually capturing it right now. Take a look at this. Equal is trying to get aggressive and a full wipe onto the last remaining members of FaZe. Finally, when there is only 7 minutes remaining, we have been on this map for now 11 minutes. We have finally lost our first team. It's unfortunately going to be FaZe.
Really strong play from Equal Plays. That's a great read of the map and the intel. The problem right now for most of our teams is they don't have the intel of where all 6 teams are that are on the brick. Nightmare get that full wipe, and then they get the brick steal right back in their favor. And now that they have the breathing room with FaZe off the map, they're going to feel like they have more control. Unfortunately, right when they felt like they had control, BTH strike. They find an angle to take down Death. Death is not getting out of yellow timer anytime soon. I don't even think they can carry that body. Nightmare, unfortunately, are down to a duo probably for the rest of this map. Team NADESHOT, all back on their feet, are going to make another move for another steal. They've got so much util to zone off these players from playing aggressive to stop their steal. Team NADESHOT get it right back. And now they're going to potentially play stairs and just keep holding on, being willing to steal over and over and over again. Very calm, cool, and collected from Team NADESHOT. Problem with Team NADESHOT is they need this brick and they need the points, which means they have to kill and they have to get loot. A tough task with only 5.5 minutes remaining.
The only tough thing about this is now that Nightmare isn't a full roster, they're not going to be feeling confident to just send Equal out to go ahead and seize the mana brick. So if anybody else is going to be interested in kind of stopping this, they can't rely like they have been on Team Nightmare to kind of bounce back and forth with Team NADESHOT, which is what we've kind of been seeing. As you can see, they started to feel the pressure. That was going to be Slept, who was actually playing this forward position, and he found Lucas trying to make this rotation, and BTH kind of heard those shots fly in, but now they have full control over the balcony. But what can they actually make of this? Take a look at this. 30 seconds before Team NADESHOT go ahead and secure this mana break. But oh my gosh, Stalker on the backside of things. Smile gets a little bit too aggressive, and he's going to be falling. Holding. Now Slept and Chris are left with 20 seconds left before they go ahead and defend this mana brick successfully.
They're holding. Team NADESHOT are full sticking this. They're holding it. They popped a Tempest CD, just expecting a fight, but nobody's here. 10 seconds on the clock. It's going to be equal plays. No, he gets jumped off the side of the map. Tempest runs out of power.
Oh my gosh, no way.
Through the smoke. It's only a second.
He got it.
Gets it. Pillador seals it away. Team NADESHOT had a chance. They had a chance to get the break, had a chance to get the win, but they lose it. It barely snagged out of their fingertips. And now Slept has to get to safety and heal up, and they have to do it again and again and again, and Killzall's there to try to ruin their day with his Tempest ult on CD. He's going to go all the way back the way he came from with nothing to write home about, but it's still best case scenario for SSG. Nightmare's out of here! A big fight. BTH pushed the equation down to a duo, the third fully out, and Team NADESHOT immediately stick to steal. It's utter chaos, folks, but Team NADESHOT, as a duo, have stolen back the brick. And they have a couple kills. There is still a chance, but MW are a full team of 3, and they are showing up perfectly timed to the party, immediately barrel stuff their opponents, and immediately start clearing this lobby. 2 teams fully eliminated. Killzall a solo. This feels like an MW game.
Yeah, just the numbers game, right? 3 members left remaining. They've just kind of remained a little bit silent. Only 50 seconds left to work with. Remember, there is still that duo of Team NADESHOT that is going to try to defend this mana brick until they go down with the ship. Still a lot of work to do for the side of MW, right? They have to get onto the mana brick. They have to clear out some of these other members around the map. Can Team NADESHOT actually make something happen, right? 30 seconds before they defend it. They have the utility to go ahead and do it. The Gizmo, the disarm from the Tempest, and not to mention, they're kind of getting a little bit of an assist from that last remaining member of BTH. It's actually out on the balcony, who's kind of denying access from that kind of little bit of a standstill. Yeah, all the 15 seconds. Stalker actually finds one of the knocks on the MW. That's going to be absolutely detrimental to their approach. Killzall, can you make something happen? He actually wants Team NADESHOT to go ahead and secure this 5 seconds before anybody's going to be able to go ahead and jump on the brick. Can they actually go ahead and successfully defend it? It's going to be Chris. It's going to be Slept. It's going to be Team NADESHOT in Game 7. They pick Brackish, and they finally find themselves on the leaderboard in terms of mana bricks.
No way. And Slept picks up BTH. BTH is out of here. Team NADESHOT have one goal right now. They've got the mantle brick. They've tied up the other 4 teams with the brick. They have to loot so incredibly efficiently to get this win. Killzall is so far above them in terms of points. Team NADESHOT need to loot perfectly. They need to get all the dog tags. They need to get weapons. They somehow need to get maybe a player out if they can. And Killzall knows the deal. He knows the win con for any other team besides his. He's here to kill people because he wins if he does.
An incredible hold from Killzall to just kind of stay alive. Even stole the mana brick at one point, but it's going to be Team NADESHOT. It's kind of reign supreme in terms of control over the mana brick, but you kind of mentioned it. Total score is the only thing that matters now. None of our teams are... Oh my gosh. Killzall is still alive. He is still kicking, and Crisp has just been put on notice. Now Slep's going to be left in a 1v1 situation against the kill leader. This is the guy that has been running through the competition all day. Can he kind of keep the momentum going? He hears the footsteps. He knows exactly where Slep is potentially going and opting for a very, very strong position. But time is on the favor of Killzall because he knows
insane.
If members of other teams are just kind of hanging out, then he's going to kind of win if they can't kind of pick up points. But take a look at this. MW, by the way, they have 36 points. They're only 3 points behind Killzall. If they are able to go ahead and pick up some of these last remaining kills, that might be the difference. But Killzall is now opting to actually play his life. He doesn't want to give away the point.
40 seconds. You thought we were out of the weeds, but we're not. Team NADESHOT. They might have gotten the bricks, but they're all wiped. MW, pick up that kill. They go +1. The total score on your left does not include the final compensation at the very end of the game. That is not the final score, but is very indicative of how close these top 2 teams are. We have 5 teams with a brick. It will come down to points, and because Killzall has been able to stay alive so dang long and find a couple kills to boot, he may have somehow stayed alive long enough to win this competition, but it is going to be so unbelievably close. What do you have in your safe box? Did you pick up any dog tags? Does this kill go to Killzall? No, it does not. The points change, but the final calculations off screen remain the same. Who the heck knows? The one thing I know is that the Creaky Bones were telling the truest story of all time. We had 5 teams with a brick to wrap up Game 7. Wow, that was a banger. We're done, folks. It's all about the math now behind the scenes.
Oh my gosh, an incredible performance right there. And man, listen, I was kind of questioning that. I was like, MW, you guys got to start putting loot in your safe box so you can kind of get something out, some sort of value. I don't know if you could have found anything to kind of make the difference right there. But yeah, like Goj mentioned, it might come down to the math, and it's going to be an absolute nail biter. I think we got a little bit of a quick preview over towards that total score, but we won't necessarily count that as final. We'll let all the mathematicians behind the scenes make sure everything was kind of accounted for. But it would be an absolute injustice for us to not go ahead and go over everything that happened in game number 7.
Oh my goodness. Can we catch a break? Oh my. I mean, that was an unbelievable map. I got turned around a couple times because of this moment right here. Everybody had a Tempest. We go CQB Museum. Everybody load up into like a multi-map, like we're playing Hot Zone or something. Everybody's like, playing lanes. 6 teams shooting you every angle. The only way to make an aggressive play is to pop your Tempest CD, use the emergency evasion device, drop your tether, and run in and pray you don't get shot. And that happens so many times that now, towards the end, every single steal was only resetting it to a 90-second timer. And then finally, we saw some crazy action. Not only from Killzall, barrel stuffing his opponents, winning some crazy engagements, but also from the likes of Team NADESHOT, MW, Nightmare pick up a crazy first team wipe of the entire game somehow after over 10 minutes of gameplay, hunting down FAZE. You should see her in just a moment. FAZE were able to play spoiler to a couple people using their Tempest. Everybody got their hands on the brick. And if you didn't know, every time you steal the brick, you're going to get money in the bank when we go back to lobby. That's another part of the calculations. You get Technic Alloy for a bunch of different things in game, and one of those things is stealing the brick. So we have no idea who's winning this competition, but it did kind of stir up as we were getting through the first 10 minutes here, Vivid, and it was just Tempest ult after Tempest ult after Tempest ult. This is where things started to change hands, and we're like, wait, maybe Nightmare has the best position because they full send that FaZe roster. And in the meantime, this is enough window for NADESHOT's team to continue to steal. But this is the equal plays flank that I was talking about that I thought maybe was going to win in this map. They were actually able to breathe on the backside over here. FaZe was going to creep over the hedge and shoot them. But unfortunately, when we thought they had a moment to breathe, I think it was Lucas that overextended early and got shot. And equal plays ends up being a solo. And so then it was up to Team NADESHOT to try to clutch up against BTH and MW. Equal plays finally hunted down, but my goodness. Yeah, it was chaos, but the final 4 minutes were all the same as well. It was all chaos.
Yeah, just a continuous theme throughout. And, you know, we can sit here and watch all of these kills go back and forth, but you mentioned it. The most important thing was kind of that trading of mana bricks and that time-old question. Did you choose the right composition in terms of operators? We mentioned it, that Raptor and kind of the composition for Nightmare, who had the strongest position in terms of being able to defend the decoding station. They didn't have any util, nothing that kind of dealt damage to put onto the point. Imagine if they had a Molotov or a grenade or a shock. But look at this, the Game 7 results are in. Team NADESHOT, they get their Mando brick. They're one of the 5 teams that kind of joined the fray. You can kind of see the swing in terms of the squad points. It is not going to be heavy at all. And to no surprise, because all of our teams kind of going back and forth and no real assets kind of gamed. Team NADESHOT on the back for the mana brick. They are also able to go ahead and pick up 4 squad points. So we'll have to see if they can kind of jump up any further than potentially like 5th place. That absolutely crazy performance from Killzone, just simply to stay alive for all 18 minutes, by the way, as a solo for a majority of it. Kind of puts Space Station Gaming with access to 3 kills and plus 3 squad points on the back foot of that, which, by the way, could be the difference maybe when we take a look at the math. But MW there in 3rd place. They tried, man, towards the end. 5 kills, 5 squad points. We'll have to see when the overall comes in.
Oh, we got to take a look at it, my friend. I think I know how math works, but Team NADESHOT get the last brick, but it is Space Station Gaming that win the last scrim before the Rise series kicks off. They started today's competition in Map 1 and Map 2 absolutely dominating. But then the rest of the teams woke up and they said, how do you do? We're here to play. We're here to make some waves. And that's exactly what teams like Madwin, BTH, even Nightmare all made huge waves. Team NADESHOT in the final hour get the final brick. I mean, talk about chaos and talk about what is really a great nod to how the Americas region will play going into the weekend, man. 38 points for Space Station Gaming. It did come down to points, so all that work that SSG did in the first couple maps is the reason, let alone Killzone's heroic efforts in the final moment to stay alive and get a few kills that kept them over that margin, but it is the reason that SSG were able to win. You don't oftentimes see tiebreaker wins here on main stage, and to see it in the final scrim is crazy. But folks, before we get into what will be an interview with Space Station Gaming, I have one more quick giveaway for you. You can spam it into the chat while I'm interviewing our Space Station Gaming member. Right here, type in Meltdown again. We'll pull another winner off this Meltdown code. We got an extra one for you. We got, I think it's 5 winners from each one. So we're running Meltdown. This is our giveaway code for this one. Again, we got to give some more winners for this brand new season Meltdown. It's a banger. Definitely go check it out, folks. Type it into the chat. When we're done with the interview, you're done spamming as we wrap up the show, okay? And get some love for our Space Station Gaming members as well. They certainly earned it throughout the course of today's competition. Type in Meltdown to enter. But we've got our interview ready, and of course, who else would we interview besides the Beast himself? Killzone, listen, man, you and I have chatted a ton. Was that like nerve-wracking at all, being the last player remaining in the last map, or did you have it in complete control?
Oh no, I'm a dog, bro. Nah, they ain't got I ain't got no hair going up on my arm, nothing, bro. I'm stone cold.
Sure. Listen, Killzone, I'm proud of you, man. Obviously, that's got to feel good. How does it feel, frankly? Like, what's kind of going through y'all's heads going into the final scrim before Rise Series kicks off? You know you're one of the best teams, if not the best team. But what was this scrim to you? What was going through your head?
Honestly, we just wanted to kill people. We didn't really care about winning this one. It was working out the first 2 rounds, and then it went downhill from there. Had a little tough challenge to get over, and I thought we lost going into Game 7. Honestly, we were not playing great, and both my teammates dead. There was just a little sliver of hope, but yeah, pulled through.
And I mean, just an incredible individual performance. You, by the way, ended, I'm pretty sure, the day with the most amount of kills out of everybody. Obviously, the biggest performance of the day felt like it was you staying alive in game number 7. What's kind of going through your mind? I know you're kind of thinking about the win when it comes down to that, but for staying alive for 18 minutes in game number 7 when so many kills are happening, like, what's the game plan there? Like, what's your approach?
It's weird because I'm usually always being shot in the back, and that's whatever goes through my mind. I just don't want to be shot in the back. I would rather die to someone head on in a fight, but dying in the back, I just didn't want that to happen. That's why I laid up on the ladder. I was just waiting. I tried to figure out what team had the mantle and what team didn't have the mantle, and I just played from there. I figured out when NADESHOT downed me in my temple, I figured out they had the brick, so I just simply was shooting the other teams.
Yeah. We talk about that strategy all the time. It's like you guys knew you had such a large score lead, especially early in the competition. I mean, you guys were dropping meteoric numbers at the very beginning. You said you didn't really care. You just want to shoot your gun today, which I respect, man. But you carry a big weight on your shoulders, right? This is a team, it's changed a couple players across the board, but this is a roster I know for a fact you truly believe in. Space Station Gaming obviously did as well. What does it mean to you as, on paper, one of the favorites going into the Rise series based on what you've been able to do on LAN already here in operations? What does it mean to you to represent Space Station going into the first Delta Force Pro League here with operations?
It was incredible. Going into it, we didn't know any information about the orgs and what was happening. And we got offered by one, and then Space Station offered. And we're like, man, I love Space Station. I've seen them for many years. And what they've offered us is incredible. Unit, the CEO is insanely helpful. He's always there for us. I mean, just the org is incredible. I'm not gonna lie, and I'm just blessed to be signed. Honestly, it's my first esports contract and first of many, hopefully.
W, man.
Nice. Yeah, congratulations to you guys on the SSG signing. Killzall Goji went ahead and mentioned, he's like, hey, listen, I have talked to you plenty of times. I want to go ahead and give you the floor here to go ahead and talk up your teammates, man. Obviously, you individually picking up all of the kills, but it can't be done without your teammates. So kind of talk to us a little bit about the roles of like 2Easy and Skies when it comes down to your guys' team.
Yeah, we got a couple sayings on the team, and we're going to start with 2Easy. I'm sure he's going to love this, but we have a little saying. It's hashtag it's too easy. And anytime we're in a fight and we kill somebody, we're always like hashtag it's too easy, and we're like post it and then post the clip. And my other teammate Skies, we found him in the gutters. Honestly, we didn't have eyes on him, and we lost one of our teammates who was recently equal plays, but he moved on. And we found Skies, did a couple scrims with him. We knew he had good aim, and he was a little raw in the character department, like in the operator department, but we've been teaching him, and I think he's gotten to the position where he can hold his own against anybody, and I love that. I just want my teammates to just hold their own against anyone in the Rise series, and I'm fine with that.
Well, if there's any team that has a ton of confidence, it is certainly you guys, man. And we really want to wish you good luck in Rise Series. Good luck to you. Good luck to your team. Good luck to Space Station. And good luck to all the other rosters. Any final words from you? Anything you want to say to fans out there of Space Station, of you guys, haters? Doesn't matter to me. Floor is yours to shout yourself out and your teammates.
Yeah, anytime we're in the lobby, just know I'm winning. You know, I don't play for second place ever anymore. Recently. But yeah, no, I'm winning for sure. I'm not losing.
I love it, man. That's Killzall for you. They call him the beast in the community, my friend. A well-earned title. You were a beast on the map today, and congratulations on the last scrim win before Rise Series this weekend. Good luck.
Thank you. You guys have a good one.
Thank you.
Cheers. That's Killzall from SSG Space Station Gaming. All confidence going into the Rise Series as expected from those guys. This has been the name of the game for them. It's also well earned. They not only win today, I know for a fact these guys have played like 2,000 scrims. I mean, these guys have been repping over and over and over again for this moment. So I think the confidence is well earned, but excited to see what they and the rest of our teams can do, Vivid, going into the competition moving forward. Rise Series. Folks, we've already picked our winners in the giveaway, but this is the worst part of the show. We got to start wrapping things up, man. It's crazy to say that the next time that you and I will be on broadcast will be for the Rise Series. It'll be for this official Pro League finally kicking off with all these amazing orgs. Any final thoughts here before we close things out?
Yeah, that's exactly what it's all about. I mean, we kind of showcase this as exactly that, a show match for some of the scrims between some of our pro teams here today. So hopefully not everything has kind of been revealed for some of these guys. But yeah, we are just I mean, oh my gosh, we're past midnight here on the East Coast. I was about to say a couple days away. It feels like, now we're just a day away from jumping into that Rise series, that Pro series, and I'm very, very excited. We had the opportunity last week. We had the opportunity today to take a look at some of the regional differences. And every single time we had an opportunity to jump into one of these show matches, these scrims, it went the absolute distance, which just has me that much more excited to kind of jump into the circuit and see how these players perform when the real pressure is on. The lights were on today and SSG came out on top. We'll have to see if they can kind of continue with that sentiment over the course of the weekend. I'm very, very excited for the series. And listen, shout out to the Delta Force gang, baby.
I love it. That's Vivid. You know him, you love him. You'll see more of him this weekend, like we talked about. A couple quick reminders, and then we're wrapping up today. It's been a long one, but a great one. Big shout out to NADESHOT and the watch party for his team, and a big shout out to Team NADESHOT. All of the other orgs, FAZE, everybody, BTH, you all crushed it today. MW, fantastic job, Nightmare, and everybody else in this competition competing today and showcasing what you've got one more time before the Rise series. Scrims are important, and I think the win here from SSG sets the tone, but it is not everything. You gotta tune into the Rise series this weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Starts in the morning for EMEA, starts in the evening or the afternoon for Americas. Check it out this weekend. I'll be casting some of the games. Vivid will be casting some of the games. We've got some other casters that'll be joining us as well. You're not gonna want to miss it. And as a reminder as well, Rise series, EMEA morning, America's evening. Right between the two, we're doing a Rainbow Six crossover with Delta Force for the collab show match. You're going to see a bunch of streamers you recognize, and some, if you don't pay attention to R6, that maybe you haven't heard of, but they've got a long pedigree of winning. A bunch of pros and former pros from R6 going to be joining the likes of people like Hutch competing in this competition, Gingy playing, and some other amazing streamers here in the extraction category. It's going to be a blast. Don't miss it. And one more quick reminder also to drop a follow on all major socials here with Delta Force and the Delta Force esports accounts. If you want to stay in tune with the esports specifically with Rise series, drop a follow right here, DF Game Esports. They have their own streams on YouTube and also a lot of info about the teams, all the rosters, all of that. It's already been announced, and the schedule on X or Twitter. They're on social. So drop a follow for the esports specific stuff. Folks, I've been in a lot of yapping today, but I love Delta Force. Shout out to the Delta Force gang, like Vivid says. It's been a ton of fun doing all of these scrims. I will see you this weekend. Final reminder is that I couldn't do it without you, the viewer. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see you this weekend.
The enemy got the mantle brick. Find it. Stop them. Mantle brick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first hit the brick of the tournament, and they're going to do it!
What goes around, comes around.
Very much though. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. There it is.
Are pretty much just huddled up inside of the building. As you see, some great. He's trying to get aggressive. He's trying to play for the kills here. He swings the angle. He gets kills all, picks up Slip right over to the side of things. Now Smile's gonna be left in a 1v2. First, the mantle brick.
A duo left for Team NADESHOT. A duo's gonna make some.
How did he dodge everything, by the way?
Oh,
I think one tag from the shock
in these engagements. Send their AW member out, and now the fights occur with a duo of
the angle here. It's a little bit of an overextension from the side of BTH. So he's going to have to go ahead and find all the information himself, but laying down in the tree.
Another member of MW down, and there goes the third. That is 2 full team wipes for FAZE.
Do get another knock. This time it's going to be on the team of Nightmare, and they're going to decide to see if they can make something. Headshot. Death goes down to 40% HP and calls in the help.
Test workshop, and they will be caught in transition. Loud finds the first angle. Shot in a bad situation. Turn that bad situation into potentially a full team wipe. 3v3 for the brick, and then BTH are going to be late to the party. We'll see how late FAZE lose like alpha. He's been terrorizing show matches, and well,
whoa. Hey, Snow's trying to get into the mix. I don't think he has any idea that BTH is right here, and yeah.
If Lucas 1v3s this eye, will be blown away. Well, there's the start. Good thing I
out of position right there. Some shots are actually going to be finding its way towards Slept as well. But oh my gosh,
fighting for their lives against multiple different rosters at the same time.
And kills all are both down, and now Too Easy is left as a solo, but he finds Too Easy is going to be stepped out right there, but so is Nightmare on the backside of this. FaZe are going to be going.
They're making a push for it. All the util lands on it, and he's looking to barrel stuff his opponent right through the smoke.
Tries to make something happen, but Rapid, after going ahead and picking up the mana break, also takes out Stalker. That's going to be a...
Because there's just nothing you can do against the full team of 3, and right now all he's trying to do is maybe get it
all across the map. MW onto Team NADESHOT. They're trying to go ahead and find the ramp, but take a look at this. FaZe are still on the outside. They have the opportunity to go ahead and cut this down. For this.
It's only a second now, ladies and gentlemen, and he's able to reset. Will it be enough to Rick yet? SSG in deep trouble. Got a launcher out, trying to make something happen. He's able to get one, but only allowed to face the onslaught of 2 players at the exact same time. He's gonna do anything.
1v1, 12 seconds on the clock right now. The Uto does come in for the side of Koha, but oh my, BTH go ahead and steal the brick, but they're still in a 1v2 situation. Can it happen?
Need to continue to put these teams in a blender, but MW is on the hunt. They help fast her.
Anybody from actually capturing it right now. Take a look at this. Equal is trying to get aggressive.
It's jumped off the side of the map. Tempest runs out of power.
Oh my gosh, no way.
Through the smoke. It's only a full team of 3, and they're showing up perfectly timed to the party.
But he's going to be able to go ahead and jump on the brick. Can they actually go ahead and successfully defend it? It's going to be Chris. It's going to be Slip. You kind of mentioned it. Total score is the only thing that matters now. None of our teams are...
40 seconds. You thought we were out of the weeds, but we're not. Team NADESHOT. They might have gotten the
+1.
all wiped.